I'm going to call the Caroline County Board of Supervisors meeting December 8th, 2022 order. Can everybody please stand for the invocation? Heavenly Father, in this season for which we celebrate Christmas throughout the land, please bring comfort to all those in their time of need and sorrow during this season of dark times with a COVID virus that nobody ever anticipated. Look down upon us tonight and help us make good decisions for all those in the county, and may God take care of all of us throughout the rest of the season. In your name we pray, amen. Stay standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which we stand, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Forehand, opening board comments.
Just a couple. Mr. Seeley, I want to thank you for being the chairman this year. It's been a trying year. I think you've done a great job, and just want to express my sincere thanks and gratitude for the job you've done for us.
Thank you. Mr. Black?
Yeah, I'd like to reiterate the comments of Mr. Forehand. Thank you for serving as chair. It's not an easy task. I think everyone up here has served as a chair at one time or another, and you're the first target that everyone goes to before they go to a lot of times go to their regular supervisor. So thank you for taking that on. I do want to go over a couple things. One thing that is still on, Mr. Thomas had promised last year that he was going to do this. The Polar Bear Plunge is taking place in February, and Mr. Thomas made a promise last year that he would get his wetsuit and go in, so we're looking forward to that. We are not canceling it. If we have to stagger it, there'll be more information. The organizations are already starting to get their plungers together. We've already got some advertisers, some local businesses starting to advertise for it. And a matter of fact, Thursday, I think there is we have a spirit night here in Bowling Green at Los Dos Amigos on Thursday evening from 5 to 9. We did, many of you know, we did get a letter from Sheriff Lipa this week, an email regarding deputy pay. I do sympathize with that, and I think starting in the new year, we need to have sit down and have a discussion. We're going to be having a discussion about some other things with fire and rescue, and so I think we need to start to have that discussion during the budget process coming up in the new year. The final thing is I just had asked Mr. Schiebel last time. I've had some constituents ask me in regards to yard debris in the during the fall and so forth, if there's a place in Ladysmith, because the only place is in Bowling Green. And I know we're eventually doing a new convenience site, but I was wondering if there was a kind of a temporary solution until the new convenience site comes in that we can kind of put our heads together and think of. We don't have to come up right now, and we can talk about it, but if there's something, and if you can get with me some kind of temporary solution for a couple of years that would be not too expensive to the county, where some of these people who are cleaning up their yards can take that yard debris rather than having to go to Bowling Green. So that's it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Mr. Underwood? Is he muted? Is he muted? I guess I'll come back to Mr. Underwood. Mrs. Long?
Hello.
Oh, there's Mr. Underwood, opening board comments.
Can't hear anything from the meeting, Mr. Underwood. I'm trying to email David and let him know.
Okay.
They're on mute.
No, we can hear Mr. Underwood and we can hear Mr. Colley.
But we can't hear.
No, the meeting room is on mute.
Sorry.
Oh, we're on mute.
Yeah, we can't hear anything y'all are doing. Sorry.
He said it's fixed now.
Mr. Cully, can you hear us now?
Yeah.
Mr. Underwood, can you hear us?
Not very well. It's very muted.
I can hear you.
Well, we can hear you. We can hear every one of you extremely well. Mr. Underwood, you want to do opening board comments?
Sure. I just would like to say I went by the state fair on Sunday, and I'm just extremely proud of the light show that's taking place there at the state fair. To date, Marlene informed me that they are up 40% over last year already. So I just think they're doing a really nice job over the state fair and being very creative. So that's my only opening comment, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Underwood. Mrs. Long?
Well, yes, I'd also like to extend my thanks to you, Mr. Seeley, for being our chair this year, and also to Mr. Underwood for being our vice chair. You guys made a good team and in a very difficult situation.
Thank you, Nancy.
I also wanted to thank the town of Bowling Green for doing their tree lighting. I'm sorry, I have family obligations and could not attend, but I enjoyed looking at all the pictures on Facebook, and it was just nice to see everybody safely bringing the holiday season into the area. I've attended some meetings over the past month, did some FOIA training. Things have been fairly quiet until the reassessments went out. Now they're picking up again. So we'll deal with that as it goes. But I did want to take a moment to wish everybody a very Merry Christmas. Remember, Christmas isn't about where you go or how many parties you attend. So wishing you all peace, and let's all try to have a lot of goodwill to all in the upcoming year. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mrs. Long. Mr. Thomas?
Thank you, sir. I do have a couple. One is I'd asked Mr. Cully, and I paid my taxes on Monday and ran into Mrs. Curran, and wanted to ask Mrs. Curran if we could extend the deadline without penalties like we did before, just because of possible mail concerns. But as Mrs. Curran has responded back today, she got about 60 payments, so I think it would be a bit much for her to go back and redo those payments. So we're going to drop that. I did get a call from someone outside of my district regarding the grants and the PPP payments that we were making to local businesses. It appears we tried to do as much advertising as possible, but a couple of businesses were, in the county were missed. And I know Congress is looking at it again. So hopefully if and when they pass another bill, we can make sure we include all the county businesses that should get some relief. And last, I wanted to thank the IT staff, Mr. Sadler and Mr. Farmer, for helping set up the Zoom call for me last week. We've been doing the community leaders discussion on race relations, and it started 6 months ago. So we've been doing it for quite a while with religious leaders, community leaders, school staff, school board members, and several Board of Supervisors members. And just to make sure we all know that at times there have been 3 board members present, but according to the FOIA rules and the advice of the county attorney, we have never discussed county business. And hopefully soon, when the COVID restrictions are eased a little, we'd like to have a meeting that's open to the entire public so they can ask questions, and that's coming soon. I hope very soon, as once we get out of this last stage. That's it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. I just want to make mention to everybody in the county that's actually doing exterior lights. I know that there, as Mr. Underwood said, the growth in the lights at the county fair has been 40%. And I will tell you, a number of people are driving around looking at lights because it's something you can do as a family. So I'd just like to congratulate and thank everybody who has done exterior lights on their house to give everybody some joy that drives by. I noticed when I was driving down Sparta Road and down 301 and some others to some other events that I saw lights up when I was delivering some things. The town tree is back. That is all volunteers. Thank you, Mrs. Long, for noticing. That was a volunteer. If anybody drives through town, we'll see it in front of Pitts and Mans. It's a community effort and it's supported well by just volunteers. The town also did grants for a number of things through the CARES funds. So I attended a town council meeting. A number of businesses took place and took part in that. And I think we're grateful, and I think it's been helpful to many. And last but not least, to our two board members that are on GWRC and FAMPO, we did have a board chairs discussion about FAMPO and GWRC, and I'll get with you about what the results of that was, but we did have that meeting. And with that, I will move on to amendments to the agenda.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Underwood.
I just wanted to make mention, I said that the state fair lighting was up 40%. It's actually 140% over last year.
Wow. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for that.
I want to give them credit. So they're doing outstanding. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Underwood. Hearing no amendments to the agenda, I will take a motion to accept the agenda as presented.
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Black, second by Mr. Thomas. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Motion carries. First is recognition of the A. Smith Bowman Distillery for providing hand sanitizer during the COVID-19 pandemic. Is somebody here
He's
from?
here. He's on the,
He's on Zoom?
yeah, that's Mr. Pruitt.
I am here.
We're glad to have you join us this evening, sir.
Glad I could be here.
Pam, do I have the resolution?
Hopefully you guys can hear me.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Oh, looking in the wrong place.
My dog decided to join us too.
Let me read the resolution from the Board of Supervisors. A resolution of appreciation for the A. Smith Bowman Distillery for the donation of materials used to make hand sanitizer during the COVID-19 pandemic. Whereas during the early stages of the COVID-19 pandemic, the Caroline County Department of Fire and Rescue and the Sheriff's Office were having considerable difficulty in finding sources to supply critically needed hand sanitizer for first responders due to the high demand for the product throughout the nation and the world. And whereas recognizing the urgent need faced by Caroline County, the A. Smith Bowman Distillery of Fredericksburg donated 2 cases of grain alcohol that the Department of Fire and Rescue was able to convert into hand sanitizer by using the World Health Organization formula. And whereas the supply chain from the A. Smith Bowman Distillery was sufficient for the Department of Fire and Rescue to also make and provide hand sanitizer to 2 local health care facilities that had none. Whereas the donation of the critical raw materials solved an urgent problem and allowed for a quick distribution of hand sanitizer to all public safety personnel in the field. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Caroline County Board of Supervisors hereby expresses its deep appreciation to the A. Smith Bowman Distillery for its generous donation of the material needed to make critically needed hand sanitizer for Caroline County first responders at the beginning stages of the COVID-19 pandemic. And its community mindedness in helping the citizens of Caroline County during this difficult time, adopted this 8th day of December. Charlie Culley, Board Clerk, and Jeff Seeley, Chairman. I would just like to thank Bowman Distillery for that contribution because it really was invaluable.
Mr. Chairman, before we give him the round of applause he deserves, there was a Michelle, is it Begin or Begin? Mr. Pruitt?
It's Michelle Begin.
Begin, okay. I sent an email to her and she responded quickly and involved the chief involved the sheriff in the second batch. So we do want to give Michelle a lot of kudos. You know, I'm not sure the way your food chain works, but she's the one we contacted. I'm sure she had to go up through you. So we definitely want to say thank you to her too.
Well, I will absolutely let her know, and we're just happy to help. We're glad that we can help all of our local communities in need, and you know, we're always going to be there for our community because you know, our local community has been there for us. So we want to continue to support you guys, and we hope that if we definitely hope we won't run into this situation again, but if it does, trust that we are here to help, and I will definitely let Michelle know that of the recognition. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll get this resolution to you.
Thank you so much, guys. I really do appreciate it. Thank you, board, and I hope you guys have a great rest of your meeting.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I know I saw her come in. As they say on The Price is Right, come on down. You're the next contestant.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mrs. Rollins. It is good to have you with us this evening. As if you haven't been here many, many times before. But tonight it is with great pleasure from the entire board to present you with a resolution of appreciation for your work as chairwoman of the 2020 Caroline County Complete Count Committee, better known as the Census. And I'm sure a number of people saw your signs everywhere. Just to recap, every person that got counted was worth $20,000 over that period of time. You got to what percent?
I am happy to report that we ended with 71.7% of self-response, which is up from 66% in 2010.
Well, I just checking because it's in the resolution and the numbers match. I'm always glad to hear that because it's difficult sometimes. But let me read the resolution for everybody that's here and online. Whereas every 10 years ending in a zero, the United States Census Bureau counts each resident of the country based on where they lived on April 1st in accordance with Article 1, Section 2 of the United States Constitution. And whereas the 2020 census is vitally important to Virginia localities, it will determine the state's representation in Congress, guide to redrawing the legislative districts within the state, and influence the allocation of billions of dollars in federal funding to states and local communities for health, education, and housing and infrastructure programs. Accurate census counts ensure that the funding is equitably distributed for numerous programs such as Medicaid, highway planning and construction, special education grants to state, the National School Lunch Program, and Head Start. In fact, it has been estimated that up to 2,000 of the federal funding or 20,000 for every 10 years will be lost for each person not counted by the locality. Whereas localities throughout the Commonwealth and the nation begin preparations for the 2020 census in 2019, forming complete count committees at the direction of the governor, brainstorming ways to reach traditionally uncounted populations and strive to achieve the highest count possible. And the Caroline County Board of Supervisors had the good sense and fortune of appointing Mrs. Jessie Rollins. A good statement because Jessie is well known to the Caroline County Complete Count Committee, and the committee in turn had the wisdom to appoint her chairperson. Were you the only one that didn't step backwards when they said one step forward? They all, I understand.
Yeah, they dropped it.
Whereas Mrs. Rollins worked tirelessly with great enthusiasm, creativity, and persistence toward the single-minded goal of increasing the self-response rate in Caroline County from the 2010 census. Whereas due in large part to Mrs. Rollins' hard work and dedication as the chair of the committee and her determination and willingness to do whatever was necessary to achieve the goal, Caroline County increased its self-response percentage from 66% in 2010 to 71.7% in 2020, which is slightly higher than the state average of 71.5% and significantly higher than the national average of 67%. Whereas this achievement will have a long-lasting and significant positive impact on Caroline County and its citizens. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Caroline County Board of Supervisors hereby expresses its deeply felt appreciation to Mrs. Jessie Rollins for her critical role in successfully completing the vitally important work of the 2020 census and her outstanding service and dedication to the well-being and success of Caroline County. Adopted this the 8th day of December 2020, Charles Cully, Clerk of the Board, and Jeff Seeley, Chairman. And Mrs. Rollins, I want to thank you for all the work that you did, the meetings you attended, the signs you put up, the thought going into the printing of the signs, and all the other work that people didn't get to see behind the scenes, the phone calls, and the rest of the committee that helped and supported you in this, because you weren't alone. There were a number of folks that helped you behind the scenes, and I don't know if you want to mention them tonight, but I'm pretty sure there was one person from each district. I know that Cynthia Golden from my district was on your committee. Mr. Thomas, Jesse was yours. Clay, do you remember who your appointee was? Joanna Quinn. But to all those people, I would like to send our complete appreciation for all the work.
Thank you. And I have a little parting gift for my two partners in crime, Mike and Alan.
How many people in the town?
Approximately 30,700.
We won't do this too close. We'll do this like
All right.
Thank you. Next on our agenda is the recognition of Frank Beal for the assistance with broadband improvements. For those that don't know, Frank has been involved in internet and production of things in this building for a very long time. So it's with great pleasure to present him with a resolution of appreciation for his contributions to Caroline County. Whereas Frank Beal has been a fixture in Caroline County for decades throughout the establishment and operation of Bowling Green Electronics, a family-owned small business based in Bowling Green, which began in 1984. Whereas in addition to being an intranet service provider, Bowling Green Electronics provides technical support and audiovisual installation services to a variety of businesses, organizations, and local governments. And whereas in 1996, Mr. Beal established the first local internet service company in Caroline County known as BealNet, and provided a local dial-up number in Caroline and the surrounding areas. Whereas Mr. Beal provided Caroline County and the Caroline Library with local internet access for a number of years through dial-up connections, and continues to partner with the library to provide internet service and manage the department's wired and wireless networks. Whereas throughout the years, Mr. Beal has been a true friend and steadfast partner for Caroline County and assisted the county with many improvements to its network and information technology systems. Whereas examples of Mr. Beal's assistance to the county include helping to design and implement the AIR fiber system, which provides many Caroline offices with fast, reliable connections to the county network, professionally installing wireless and fiber network upgrades, and most recently, assisting in the implementation of upgrades to the internet service at the Dawn Library through an innovation combination of wireless and fiber infrastructure that dramatically increased download speeds. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Caroline County Board of Supervisors hereby expresses its deeply felt appreciation to Mr. Frank Beal for his numerous and enduring contributions to the success and well-being of Caroline County and its citizens. Adopted this day, the 8th of December, 2020, Charles Cully, Clerk Board, and Jeff Seeley, Chairman. Mr. Beal, would you please come down? I don't think everybody sometimes appreciates how hard it is to actually get a signal to a laptop sitting in front of them, much less to the library, which I know we had many, many trials and tribulations of getting a signal to that parking lot that could be used by folks down there. So I want to thank you, because from behind the scene, all the board members know what it took to make that happen, from Rappahannock Electric to actually getting a signal to the library and then all the way back to Carmel Church. And sometimes I think it's underestimated the amount of effort it takes to do that. Yeah, specifically the Dawn, I mean, I'm talking about the Dawn Library just recently, because with all the need, and everybody knows that bandwidth in all of these services is just way up with schools and everybody working from home, and being able to yet again provide another place in the county where people can go and actually connect was of great value.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank.
Thank you.
You know, we've been on so many Zoom calls with Mr. Beal. It's strange to see him in person.
I was going to say, for those that don't know, there is also a technology committee which Frank is on with a number of other folks, and we have spent a good number of hours on the phone. It is strange to see people in person, because generally it's either on a camera or just a voice on a phone. Next on the agenda is the employee medical and dental insurance renewal for 2021-2022 plan year. Mary Jones, One Digital, and I guess what's going to lead off is Mr. Parton.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to give some introductory comments, and we do have Mary Jones from One Digital and Pam Smith, our Human Resources Manager, here to help answer questions. So it is time again to consider the renewal of the employee medical and dental insurance for the new plan year, which is always March 1st through February 28th, I guess, unless it's a leap year. And if possible, the board would like to get action at tonight's meeting to enable the planning for the open enrollment to begin. All in all, we feel like we've had another pretty successful year. As the board will recall, several years ago, we converted from fully insured to self-insurance, and that's been very positive development for us. And based on an analysis of our claims experience from the current fiscal year and our fixed cost, One Digital did recommend a 3.2% increase on the medical side to fund rates that would cover the expected cost liability in the new year. The dental actually was recommended for a decrease of 10.2%, but that's a mere fraction of the medical cost. However, based on an analysis by our new finance director, Tamika Smith, and her staff of the balance in the self-insurance reserve, or fund rather, we believe there are ample reserves to cover the medical increase without passing it on either to the county or employees, or depleting the fund beyond what we are comfortable with. So therefore, our recommendation is to leave everything the same as the current year, cover the small increase from the balance in the self-insurance fund, and the board packet contains a full list of recommended actions, and I don't know if you may want to deal with that under unfinished business. But with that, again, Mary Jones and Pam Smits are here to help answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Mr. Parton. Any questions before we get started?
Well,
Mr. Thomas?
I had asked Mr. Parton to put this on the agenda so we could get hopefully a lot ahead of it. And there was a couple of things I wanted them to look at. One was to see if there were tiered benefits. Maybe some people would pay more for more of a benefit. I'm not sure if that's possible. And I also, just for the sake of a data point, wanted to look at what it would cost if we were combined with the school. And I know that could be more costly for the county, but I wanted to know what that data point was, so when we talk to the schools, we could say this is it. So that was kind of the things I wanted. I don't know if she has a chance to see those or not, or if you do, that'd be wonderful.
I have.
You have?
I have. Good evening. So in regards to the plan design, and we can certainly share with you, because what we do on an annual basis, we do benchmarking and look at your benefits to what the other local governments are doing, as well as small employers in the southern region. And you're very comparable, actually doing better in some categories. You know, from a benefit perspective, there's certainly opportunity to tweak benefits. But I would certainly recommend that we analyze the benchmark data, because we certainly don't want to swing too far one way and too far the other way either. So I think we would need to do an analysis, because right now you're kind of right in line with what the benchmark data tells us. But we certainly can evaluate that on an ongoing basis. In regards to the schools, that's a little bit more challenging, because ultimately we would need to analyze the data, the claims data from the school systems, and they would have to agree to release that to us in order for us to do an effective analysis to determine, would them joining the program be beneficial or detrimental to the plan. I can speculate based off of kind of what I've seen, but without actually seeing the claims data, I really can't give you a firm answer on whether or not that would, behoove the county to incorporate them. Certainly there's a lot of validity in, the larger group you are, the more buying power you tend to have, but it also can be detrimental to you as well if they have a different claims utilization than what we see within the county.
And I think that's, just for a data point, that's worth looking at to make sure, because if we're looking at $1 million increase on the school side, all of that money comes from the county. So just to look at it and say, yes, we've analyzed it, it's worth it, we've analyzed it, it's not worth it, is really worth us being able to say we did our, work. But my other question is, and you really, me personally, I don't pay any attention to insurance until I actually need it.
Mm-hmm.
And I've had a couple of experiences lately where I've needed it and I said, oh, this is covered, that's not covered, or it's covered from this amount. Having been in private industry before, it seems that plan was much better than what I have in the public sector.
Mm-hmm.
And there was always a thought that private sector paid more, public sector had more security and benefit.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to make sure we're taking care of our employees with the best benefits possible. And that's why I asked about tiered benefits right away. So is it possible that I say for an extra $10, $20, $30 a month, whatever, I get more coverage? Is that possible with self-insured?
It's possible. It depends on where we tweak the plan designs, quite frankly. Because if we start lowering the out-of-pockets for employees, that means the plan, because you are self-insured, the plan's going to cost the plan more. So you're kind of pulling from one bucket to fund another bucket. The other thing we need to look at is, because I totally understand, insurance is there for a reason, and it's there for people to utilize when they need it, when they have the services. But when you look at your average population, most people are overinsured versus underinsured when you look at the plan design. So, the other thing data that we can share with you is to kind of show you where the average utilization is within your plan to kind of help make some of those decisions in addition to the benchmark data. Because larger percentage of your population is overinsuring themselves.
Okay, I think that's something I'd like to see. I mean, really, I hadn't expected, and I know Mr. Parton said we could approve it today, but I wanted you to get those questions back to us, because usually you come in February, right? Or was it January?
Usually January.
Yeah.
Well, it's been December for the last at
Couple
least
years.
2 years, possibly 3.
Been December?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
We like to try to get out ahead of, we found in January, we were really rushing to get the open enrollment process prepared and done. So works out better if we approve in January. So I think for the last at least 2, if not 3 years, we've had this presentation at the December meeting.
So is it possible that she could get us some options of tweaking the plan, and then we could approve it the first meeting in January, and that would still be okay?
Certainly, I can get you some data to look at and to analyze.
Okay. Do you think the school board would be willing to share data with us?
I don't think you've got time to get their data and have with the amount that there's going to be for everybody to go through it.
Yeah, that is going to take a little bit longer.
That's a bit much of a challenge.
Yeah, just because, like I said, we got to get the data, and then for us to dive in and really do the analysis on it, it's going to take us much longer to do that, to make sure it's thorough.
Is there any cost involved in that?
To do the analysis? No.
Okay.
No. Because the other thing that we can do as part of the analysis is we can look at, opportunities to bring the school within the county, but also see if there's opportunities to improve their plans individually, as long as they're in agreement with that.
I don't know when they renewed their plan, but we looked at and that was my intention, to be out ahead as much as possible. But I think their insurance went up $1 million or more 2 years ago, and $750 last year, and that's a lot of money that we could be using for teachers or some other places, which is why I'd like to see us be able to make.
But I think you need a full year run or 6-month run, and with them coming to the end of their year, now would be the time to ask for their data and take this year to actually look at it, because it's quite an undertaking. I mean, they have 4 times as many employees as us.
Right.
Yes. But I mean, you personally have private insurance and you got county insurance, and you can see the difference in those two, or you should be able to see the difference in those two. I'm going to bet without you saying anything, I'm going to bet your private insurance is a lot more widespread than your county insurance. You don't have to answer that. That was just
okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Underwood.
I'm just thinking, because of the fluctuation in the school's insurance premiums over the last couple of years, wouldn't it behoove us to look at more than 1 year? I think we need more than a year of data and look at this over time rather than make a quick decision.
Yeah, we would minimally want to look at 2 years worth of claims data. Ideally 3, but at least 2.
I think 3 would make a lot more sense based on the history that
Yeah.
we as a board have seen for their increases, because they've had some pretty large increases over the last 3 years.
Yeah.
I agree,
And
Mr.
again,
Chairman.
we have no actual control over how the school board does their insurance. What we would like to have is a data point to say possibly you can do this, or possibly you can join us. And I think we all need to understand that.
Mhm.
But we would like to not have $1 million increase from the school.
Understood. And I guess I need the help getting the data.
So do we have to make the request, or do we make the request through you? What do you need? What needs to be done for that to happen?
I certainly can make the request. Usually, it's followed by an introduction from one of you all that I'll be reaching out to them and what I'll be reaching out to them for, and then that way I can work directly with them, and that way you're not involved in no PHI issues. It's all directly between my company, my organization, and them.
PHI is what?
Chair,
The private health information.
Oh, HIPAA.
HIPAA, yeah.
Okay.
Chair, I would think,
You need to get closer.
Mr. Chair, I would think we would want to draft a letter to the school board saying, here's an idea for you. We're glad to put you in touch if you're interested, but as she said, they have to be willing to to want to do this. But it may be beneficial for both parties. But it needs to go to the school board, so I think we need to officially send a letter, and that would be I don't know if it needs a motion, but
A letter from the chairman or a letter from Mr. Cully?
either.
Mr. Black?
I thought we had, mistake me if I'm wrong, I had asked this about this for years ago, when we did a budget several years ago, and it was my understanding that on the county part, the county side, the county's employers' insurance would go way up. Because it tends to be, mistake me if I'm wrong, Mr. Partner, I think we looked at that several years ago when we were looking at a budget. And the recommendation is, I think because of the teachers and so forth, you have a lot of young teachers and, you have people having babies, there's more claims. That was if I recollect, I don't know, it was 4 or 5 years ago, but because I was pushing for it hard too. If I recollect, that was what the conclusion we got of it was actually be a burden on the county side.
It's been looked at in the past, Mr. Black. I can't remember 4 or 5 years ago whether there was an actual full-fledged study done, but frankly, we would certainly be concerned that it not have a negative impact on our experience. Certainly willing to look at it, but it'd have to be a very thorough evaluation. And your subject, you're a product of your claims experience, and ours could change anytime, and we could get a big spike, certainly. But we've been doing well, and we would want to make sure that we don't jeopardize that.
Mr. Chairman, can I add something?
Mr. Colley?
I would recommend that the staff draft a letter to Dr. Calvaric and suggest that we would like to look at them joining our plan, but we would need to have their claims history for minimum 2 years, maybe 3 years, and see if they're interested. They're so much bigger than we are. They may not want to join our plan. And remember, they were self-insured, and it was back when Dr. Parker was here. That's how they ended up with that $2 million, because they got out of being self-insured and went with local choice. And since that time, that's when they've been having these increases. And I think it's been a product of both claims and switching and not having a buffer that you end up with of managing your own plan. So they're totally stuck with their claims.
I'm not opposed to us writing a letter and asking for 3 years of claim data to actually do an analysis, because I think it would help everybody all the way around in terms of determining where we all are. So I'll sign a letter. Do you want Mr. Culley to sign a letter? It doesn't matter to me. We can have Mr. Culley ask for it.
Yeah, well, I think we're discussing it publicly. We're saying we want to do it publicly. It's on YouTube. If we ask Mr. Culley to draft a letter to Dr. Calvaric stating we're interested in either combining our insurance, having them do something else, and we just like to look at it and try to evaluate what the data says. And that's all we're doing. We don't want any of their information that's going to go right to our health consultant.
Correct.
And that's it. You know, staff can do that.
Yep, I don't have a problem with that.
Okay. And then the other thing is, Mr. Parton, you're going to work together and tweak some things and bring it back at our first meeting in January, and then we'll adopt it. Is that okay?
Well, I don't know that we're going to tweak anything. You want them to look at options.
Right.
Because I don't know that I don't know that
Yeah.
anything's going to get tweaked. I just.
Well, tweak with options is what she said, right?
Look at various options.
Yeah. Okay. That's fine. Thank you.
Anything else you think we need to know at this point?
No, from my side, to Alan's point, you all went self-funding several years ago. It certainly was the right decision. Because the other thing we look at is if you were still in the fully insured market, you would not be in this situation. You would be faced with a significant increase over the past few years. So this has been the right move for the county.
Well, thank you for that compliment, and thank you for the advice in the past of getting us where we are today.
Certainly.
And we will see you, I guess, next month.
All right.
Thank you.
Have a good holiday.
Next is the discussion of the general reassessment of real estate. Mr. Steve Wampler. I don't know how many calls you all have taken, but I've taken numerous.
I was going to say I published a report on what the assessment was, but here's Mr. Wampler. Good to see you, sir.
Chairman, board members, my pleasure to be here again. As you all well know, we're in the final phases of the project here. We've been here about a year. I think the last time I was before the board in June, I explained, your sales ratio was here about 77, and we brought it up about 19% to try to get it up to 100, and that's what we've working on. That's what we've been working on. Currently, I'm just going to say a few things. The county's been on it has been a 5-year reassessment cycle. The last one was effective January 1, 2016. And a lot of our preliminary market study indicates the overall average increase in market value of all property classes, excluding non-taxable, was somewhere right around 18.3 to 19.6%. The biggest increase was Class 1, Class 2, suburban and urban. These are your small residential classes. We've had a lot of activity. I've had a lot of activity here in Caroline. The residential properties has experienced the greatest increase, generally in about 10 to 24% range. And all this depends on age, condition, location, and its adjustment factors. Commercial property and land has experienced a much less dramatic increase. Generally here in Carolina, it's been less than 10%. And some of the motel industry and hotel industry along the 95 artery, 95 corridor, some of it's actually decreased somewhat. Properties assessed significantly above or below the preliminary percentage discussed above often reflect changes in effective age, conditions, remodeling, upgrades, addition, removals, and other factors, including neighborhood and locational influences. And the other a large amount of money that's been put into the overall increase. I think Caroline County has experienced about $17 million in new construction this year in 2020. And that was not pulled out of my average. That is included in the average that I have here. The 19% approximate increases is in line with other counties that we've closed right now. Pulaski County was 15%. Prince Edward County, it was 19%. Carroll County, 13%. Washington County, 15%. City of Bristol, 17%. So we're seeing, these increases. I've been in this industry 40 years, and we went through the highs and the lows. Right now, we're experiencing increases in most localities that have gone 5 to 6 year between a reassessment. Some localities we work every 2 years, and you don't see quite the big highs and the lows. Of course, the question that's on everybody's mind is how much will my taxes go up? Well, y'all certainly know the answer to that question. With the increase in April, you will look at your tax rate, and y'all will make that decision. Right now, our hearings are through. They start Thursday the 10th and go right through the 18th. I've had some discussion about holding 3 more days of hearings, which is not a problem. Due to COVID-19, we're not doing any face-to-face hearings in any localities, and that was pretty much mainly my decision. I think Governor Northam had said something about gatherings of more than 25 people in a room, and of course, a lot of times when people come in to see us, they bring their children, their families, and a lot of people are in a small area together. Our deadline for appeals right now is December 18th, which could be extended to the 23rd. And I was in our office here today in Ladysmith, and we really have less than 1% of the total of 21,600 or 700 parcels. We've had less than 200 appeals come in, being phone calls, emails, and letters at this point. We certainly expect some more, and these averages will probably go down. We'll probably lower some things during this set of hearings when they start. But that's all I have for my update. Is there any questions?
What is the average? I heard you say that the increase is from 10 to 24%. So what is the average of houses?
About 19.
So 19 is
about 19.6 is what we calculated.
I just wanted to get that ball, I'll start at the far end of the table, and start with Mr. Forehand.
A few questions. What is? You may not already have it, but what's the total increase in the county real estate?
Well, the average is 19.6.
No, but like the total land value from 5 years ago.
Oh, the total land value.
Or the real estate value, the aggregate number.
I have them just broken down by class and districts. I don't have a total. I mean, I could certainly get that for you, or we get that out of the Commissioner Revenue's office, but I just have it broken down by land use class and districts.
Okay. The hearing process, that's the first round is conducted with your folks.
That's correct. Then they'll have the Board of Equalization, and then of course, Circuit Court will be the last.
Staff, is the Board of Equalization, is that being done face to face? Okay. So I had some folks express the frustration with the virtual. They don't feel like they can adequately articulate their case in writing or virtually versus in person. So. You did say 21,600 parcels in the county?
Something, that's not a problem. That's pretty close, right?
Yeah, okay.
That's very close.
And the largest was the residential property, which was averaging about 10 to 24, which averaging about 19.6.
Well, that 19.6 is all classes 1 through 6.
Oh, okay.
Excluding non-tax.
Do you have just the residential average increase or decrease?
They're from a 22 to 24%. That's suburban and urban, class 1 and 2.
Based upon your experience and doing it, would you recommend that Caroline County do this more frequently?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that just makes things go so much smoother.
Okay. What would be your suggestion for a county like us?
Most localities I talk to, I say 2 to 3 years.
Okay.
and you could really do the door knock and the full walk around. There's so many. We're doing pictometry right now in Buchanan County and Fauquier County, which is a little different method, but in trending is such a good, we just come in and work the new construction, work the sales, and just, and it's a lot, it's, quite a cost savings to the localities also.
Well, the letters that went out, and I believe these came from your organization, and it showed the 2021 assessment, then it showed the 2020 assessment and the 2019 assessment, and then it showed the percent increase. But in actuality, and it wasn't anywhere on it, this is the biggest cause of the calls and emails I've been getting is they feel like it was just, in 1 year, it went up 24%.
Right. No, that's over a 5-year period.
Correct. But that's nowhere on the paper. That's a 24 increase from 5 years ago. They see it as, well, 2020, it was this, and now 2021, it's up 24%. Right. Oh my God, they've lost their mind.
We've put that in these notices, but nobody reads those notices. We've tried that, and of course, the county also approved that notice before we sent it out, but we've tried that, but people don't read the print.
Well, it's very, the way it's set up, it just.
Right.
Yeah.
And I really don't like doing that, but that came through the House of Delegates. We usually just send out the new figure. That was it. But anyway, things have changed.
I guess my only suggestion, if it said, the 2016 assessment and then today's assessment, it showed that
I think this is mandated right now, these 3 years.
Really? Okay.
Correct. That was a change, Mr. Forehand, that the General Assembly made a few years ago that really dictates exactly what has to be on this reassessment notice that goes out. So that would have been the smart way to do it. The last reassessment, it was assessed at this in 2016, and in 21, it's going to be this, but that doesn't match up to the state. You've got to show the last 3 years.
Yeah, I've never agreed with that myself, but that's what, every industry has to do.
Because that single issue, that single point is what is the basis for probably 90% of the calls I've got.
And we've had so many just calls come in and just questions like that they, we answer, they go on.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
Mr. Bly?
First of all, I'd like to make a statement. Mr. Thomas, you did a great job on it. I think that statement that you put out there really explained a lot to people, which was helped a lot, because I agree with Mr. Forehand. There was this kind of confusion as far as that's concerned and how the process works. I guess when you say you by district, you have it by our district as in like each magisterial district here in Caroline, or is that what you have it down like Western Caroline, Bowling Green? Is that?
Yes.
Can you tell me what the just because I'm just kind of curious on that, what districts saw the average? I mean, as far as residential, because I think that's what most people are concerned. What district saw the biggest increase, and what district maybe saw it, or you can just go through the numbers.
The town of Port Royal saw the largest increase, and the town of Bowling Green saw the smallest increase.
Do you know what those numbers are, percentage-wise?
Town of Bowling Green was 12%, and the town of Port Royal was 42%.
Whoa!
And we look back through that, but and that included, I tell you what, a lot of property here, and also in the Port Royal district, a lot of that river bottom land was only assessed at $1,500, and our class 5 and 6 raw land average here in the county is about $3,500. We raised a lot of that land from $3,000 to $4,000, from $1,500 to $3,000 to $4,000 an acre, and I think that made a big impact on some of those figures, because we thought it was a mistake, but we went back and looked through there, and the figures look correct.
What about, for example, for example, Western Caroline or Madison?
Bowling Green was 18%.
Is that the whole district or just the town?
That's just the district. I had the towns I just went through the town of Port Royal and Bowling Green. Madison was 20%, Port Royal was 18%, and Reedy Church was 18%. Right. Mm-hmm. And with the two towns are in with them.
Yeah, we actually have 6 districts, not 4.
Oh, yeah.
It's magisterial districts, not election districts.
Oh, okay.
Land is space, the land and the tax and all that stuff runs off of magisterial, so you may not have created 6 of those.
Okay.
Sir? Which one again? Oh, Reedy Church was 18.4%.
Well, and Bowling Green encompasses part of Mattaponi. Right, because you're in the middle of all that, so it's been. Mrs. Long?
Thanks for being here tonight to explain some of this stuff to us. But one of the things I do need to know is I have a constituent who wanted to go online and compare their assessments with similar properties in the area as far as increase goes. And apparently it's not online.
No, that's correct. It's not online.
Why not? In COVID, they can't, it's not very safe for people to come down and try to look at land books. Can we get it online?
No, we don't have it online.
But can the county put it online? Mr. Cully, is that something we can do? It's our property, our research, correct?
When it's turned over to us, it would be available to be put online. I've done that in the past in other jurisdictions, but I would have to have the data to build that out.
Because, see, my point is, have somebody, if they think that their assessment is not right, and they're trying to do the research to see if everybody else is being hit the same way or decreased the same way, they have no way to do any research because even though it's out there, the data's there, they can't get to it unless they physically come in and go through the books, which certainly we don't want anybody doing at this time. So I would like some heads put together to see if we can come up with an answer for that.
I think Caroline County had the VAMINET program at one time. I think it was suspended. I think it's 2016, maybe.
No, we still do.
Oh, you still do? Oh, it will be put on. It should roll into that then.
But it's not. But the proposed numbers are not there. And I think that's what she's saying is put the proposed numbers out there now.
So, maybe what they have is totally in line, but they have no way of checking it against other people's assessments because it's not online. And so when I would assume, and I see Mr. Bassoon back there, that if they call the Commissioner of Revenue's office, the only thing he's going to have available are the land books, and I don't want him coming into his office to look through those. So let's do what we can promise.
We just printed those.
Mr. Bassoon does not have your current data, is that correct?
Yes, he does.
So he does have it.
In paper form.
No.
Paper, yeah.
So how hard is all that to get electronically?
The reassessment file will roll in to that'll be his new current file, 1121.
I guess we're looking for a mechanism for people who live on the same street or different subdivisions with similar houses to look at how their house compares to another house similar. And I've heard that. I mean, some of the distress that I've heard the most is people with 200-year homes and older are just, I think, taken back that they're being assessed against new houses being built on both sides of the county. And how do you do that with an old house that has different issues than a new house, even though the square footage may be the same?
Right.
And I guess that's my question to you is how is that handled in a mass appraisal rather than actually going out and getting somebody to come in and do a individual appraisal?
Right. Well, that's a good question. We don't get into a lot of the houses, a lot of these older historical homes, they've been customized, and actually some of them are probably better than a, brand new built, 4, 5, 6,000 square foot home. But no, we don't like a fee appraisal. We'll go through it. We're just doing exterior only. So there are some things that are missed. It's no doubt. This is a, mass appraisal process. We did 21,000 parcels in less than a year. We do somewhere between 150 and 200,000 parcels. My company every year is what we look at. So it is a fast-paced process.
Yeah, and that's been the number one question to me is how do they differentiate my 175-year-old house to wood siding, paint, still needs work, still rehabbing it against, because I actually have a constituent whose house went up 100%, and I don't even know how to tell her how to do the research to go to you all for an appeal to figure that out. And they haven't owned the house more than a year.
Right.
But to have it go up 100% was.
Well, I don't, if they've done some additions or renovations,
they've added they replaced a heat pump. The second
That's
floor doesn't even have
pump.
heating and air. But their assessment went up 100%.
Right. We just tell them to contact their office for an appeal. We'll certainly look at it.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have.
Mrs. Long?
He's done.
Yeah, and I'll try to move this along, guys, I know, but you got to go back to this 40% in Port Royal. Was that the district or the town?
That's a town.
I live in the town. I don't see where there's any improvements to go up 40%, but I'll deal with that later. The farmland, do you take into consideration open space easements?
No, we're doing market value.
Yeah.
See, everybody, that's a good point. If you're in a conservation easement, outdoor foundation or something, that's a lot lower. They're still going to pay on a land use basis, not a fair market value. So you're not comparing. We've had several calls come in where say, "Oh, my land went up so much." Well, no, it didn't. You're in land use or conservation easement. We send out the fair market value figures that they're seeing.
But you don't look to see, we have maps that show where conservation easements are. You don't look at our maps, just look at this farmland and say, oh, this can never be built on or sold because it's got a conservation easement on it. They have to bring and appeal that to you.
Right. Some of those easements actually, I think it increases the value where we deal with a lot of them right now in Fauquier County. And some, easement certainly doesn't hurt property values in my experience. And what I've been, like I say, I've been in this industry for 40 years now, and it's certainly not a negative impact to have an easement or land use on the property.
Well, it is if you're looking at developers wanting to take your farmland and put a bunch of waterfront.
Right, but we're not appraising that as subdividable property or development property, commercial property.
Yeah, that's why they get a break for giving easements to keep things down.
It's still being appraised as farmland.
All right. It's being appraised as farmland, but not land that is an open space or easement. Only farmland's being appraised at farmland.
That's right.
They're not getting an additional discount for the easements. Okay. All right. I'll just make sure everybody knows because okay. Thank you.
Mr. Thomas?
Mr. Wampler, thanks for taking my call. And the phone number that's on the form, just to prove, I read the form. There's a phone number on the form. I called that Monday. You and I spoke. That number works now.
Yes.
Okay, so people can call that number. They can get on your list.
Absolutely.
The second thing is, can we do phone call appraisals or I guess phone call appeals? Since
yes.
Not all of our people have email.
Right. Oh, yes, we do
And-
phone call appeals.
Okay, so they can call and then they can document that with a letter afterwards just to make sure.
Right. They're gonna get another notice in the mail, change or no change, or, stay this, it will stay the same. Yes.
Okay, and you're willing to come back Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, 21, 22, 23,
If the county so desires, yes.
and you're gonna charge us $600 a day to do that?
Correct.
Anybody got a problem with that? Okay, well, we'll discuss that in a second.
And that's a very good deal. I'll tell you that, to have 3 or 4 people in that office.
It sounds like a good deal. All right, and to make sure we all understand the process, I want to appeal my rate value. If I don't go to you, I still get to go to the Board of
Equalization.
Okay? I don't have to go to you and then go to them.
You can bypass us. That's correct.
I can go to you and then go to them, even if I get a reduction from you.
Absolutely.
Okay. So
In
we all-
Virginia, you can do that. That's correct.
Right. We all understand the process. So I really have 2 shots to appeal. You and the Board of Equalization, or just the Board of Equalization. Now,
Or circuit court, your third choice.
well, circuit court's the last one, and
Right.
well, I try not to go to court. The last thing is, you said on January 1st of 21, your hard copy data will become electronic data when you turn it over to the Commissioner of Revenue.
Right. That hit the reassessment file will become the county's file.
Okay, so making sure we understand the process. In Mrs. Long's case, people will then be able to look online and see what comparable properties are assessed at,
That's correct.
because then they'll have it. And those people may not have come to you, but will have plenty of time for the BOE to then appeal to them.
They'll have all year unless the board, shortens their term. Y'all could do that.
Right, we can by statute allow them to appeal till December 31st, 21.
That's correct.
So they could basically appeal all year.
Mm-hmm.
You only get one chance to appeal though.
That I can't answer that. I've seen several come in at different times, so I don't know that answer.
I mean, if I go to the BOE once and they say my property's worth X dollars and I say I don't like it, I've got to go to court to get another appeal.
Right.
I only get one shot at them.
Right. Oh, to the BOE, yes, I
Yeah.
understand. Right.
But then I can go to court, that's another story.
Right.
Who runs the Board of Zoning Appeals
It's the Board of Equalization.
or Equalization?
That's the group that we
I
just
know, I
appointed.
understand that, but do we have a staff member that?
Planning probably.
Mr.
It's handled through the admin's office. We're handling, we've assigned 2 staff members. It's been done that way in the past. They'll be trained. One of them will sit as a secretary during the meetings. And another person in my office will be entering all the data for the people that call that want to schedule an appointment.
So, all right.
So it's county employees at that point, not necessarily, it won't be.
It'll be a county resident.
We don't see them after
Well, no,
the
I'm just-
23rd. Yeah, they're
Right.
done after the 23rd, and once they give the data over on the 1st, it's it. Our board that we appointed is the ones who serve on the Board of Equalization.
Right.
So those are county residents who should understand the value of county property. Nothing, no offense intended.
I understand.
But that's the thing. That's all I had. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Wappler, I have
Mr. Chairman?
one last question. Is the town of Port Royal's in my district, plus I happen to live there. But at 40% increase, I'm gonna need you to explain that to me because there's Port Royal doesn't change. So can you provide me with at least the information for the town so I can relay that to their town council? Because
I
they're
mean,
gonna get
what would
hit
you
with it
want?
too.
All the property record cards, or?
I want to know what's changed in Port Royal that it's gone up 40% compared to the average of 19 or 20% in the rest of the county.
Is that farm in the town of Port Royal, the farm there on 17, got the big horse stable and mill that has the motel, the lodge? I can't.
Are you talking about Moss Neck? No, that's in the district. That's not in the, yeah, Moss Neck. Moss Neck. That's not in the town of Port Royal.
Right, what is the name of it? Oh, Moss Neck.
Moss
Right,
Neck.
that's not in the town, no.
Yeah. Town of Port Royal is right at the intersection of 17 and 301.
Well, we looked it over and everything looked clean because we thought, maybe something had, a lot of times too many zeros or too many zeros left off. We combed their figures and those numbers look to be correct.
Yeah, I need something. Yeah. Yeah, get blood folks.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah. That's
Mr. Underwood?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I don't think we should be speaking of individual assessments at this meeting in public. I think those are private matters. I don't think we should be, I think we should stick to the general. I do have some questions, but I don't think we should be doing what we're doing now.
Well, go ahead with your questions, Mr. Underwood.
Thank you. Mr. Wampler, can you please discuss what factors you look at when you make a determination that a property goes up 20% or 42%? What are the factors that determine your increases?
It's the market value, the sales. That's what we analyze, the sales. We put together a sales ratio, and we're sort of like historians. We look at sales all the way up until we mail these notices. And the tables here, we had to raise these rate tables twice. There's still some sales here in the county. A lot of these raised them out like these 1,400 square foot ranches on a small postage stamp lot. A lot of them are selling for $160, $170 a square foot. And that's, $220,000 to $240,000. And some of these 2020 sales, we couldn't hit. These low interest rates, the inventory is so low. And we really try to stay, we've sort of blended the 2020 with the 2019, but you still can't ignore all the sales in 2020, and it's been a lot of activity, and that's what we look at.
So Mr. Wampler, the square footage of a home sale is quite different today because the interest rate is low. So the square footage of cost usually goes up, and conversely, when the interest rate is up higher, usually the square footage is lower. Is that correct?
That could be, but what I would say is some of these ranches and some of these sales, we couldn't even, we're 80%, 85% of market value. I think they should be like 189, but they're selling for, 220 and 240.
Can you repeat that for me, please?
Well, what I'm trying to say is some of the sales that we saw, we can't, they're just so high that we can't get close to them. I don't know if that makes sense to you or not, but
so you're saying that the sale of a property is so high that you can't, based on your appraisal, you can't get to that value?
Right, their equalization, we just couldn't. We had to exclude some of these sales out because they were so high. But when you get
if it's a seller's market, does that impact the appraisal?
Oh yeah, the market's going up. Yes, it does.
Okay. And finally, my last question is, the appraisers who are doing our appraisals, and I think Mr. Thomas mentioned the level of experience. How much experience do these appraisers have?
Pardon me, how many what?
How many years of experience do your appraisers have in the type of trade?
Well, we had one guy here that had 25. We had a couple, one lady here that had 4. I had another guy here that had about 10. Then we had a couple listers that are like trainees. They just go out and list the property. I had nobody here started new. I had 2 guys here that had 2 to 3 years experience, were the least experience.
Not anyone to just list it. I'm talking about the person who actually does the appraising of the property.
Right.
To make sure that
20
they have experience in appraising property.
20 years plus experience. I was putting the final value on them.
All right, Mr. Wampler. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I'm taking it everybody's at least had their opportunity to ask questions of everything they've heard on the phone. I know I've taken a number of phone calls and talked to a lot of folks. They can request, as you, Mr. Wampler and I talked about, they can request a card that gives them what on it?
It's their property record card. That's their individual appraisal of their property.
I think that will help anybody that wants to actually appeal to know what they're actually looking for to do that. So, no, you've got to call their office to get that.
We're gonna do the 3 more days? $600 a day?
I think that's going to be a discussion point. I think we almost have to based on where we are.
Yeah, I mean, it's $600 for 4 people per day, so we're paying, what, 150? Can you get
I'm
4
gonna,
to say yes?
I'm waiting for,
How about a motion?
Mr. Underwood.
I said, how about a motion to
I was just waiting for Mr. Black and Mr.
I'm
Forehand.
gonna make a motion that says we request that Wampler and Ain extend their time for 3 more days at a cost of $600 per day, not to exceed $1,800 for the 3 days. 21, 22, 23. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of the week before Christmas.
right, second?
21, 22, 23.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I just have one.
Mr. Black?
Mr. Parton and county staff, I know Mr. Thomas did a great thing, but can we kind of give like a bullet point explanation of what's going on? And then send to the supervisors. We have social media pages as well as put it on the website, so that way we can get the information out to people as much as possible.
Yes, sir. I've been working on that and knocked off stride by a few other things, but I'll get back on it tomorrow.
I appreciate it. Yeah,
Mr. Parton?
Yeah.
Mr. Parton? The state also has a document it's like an 11-page document, understanding the reassessment process. Is that on our page anywhere? It's on a lot of other county pages, but.
Okay, we'll find it and post that as well.
All right. I read it and I found it to be very helpful, and it helped me answer some questions for some folks that asked me directly why is this? And anyway, it was a good document to have.
No need to reinvent the wheel with so much in this case. There's lots of literature out there.
A link. I tried to find it with the state. I was actually able, when I Googled it, James City counties came up first, but Fairfax and a plethora of other localities had it publicly on their sites and stuff, but I couldn't find on the state side of it, oddly enough. So maybe I didn't go down to the 12 pages or something.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second to extend the appeal process with Wampler and Ains for 3 additional days, not to exceed $1,800. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Wampler.
All righty, thank you all. We certainly appreciate serving the citizenry of Caroline County for your 2021 reassessment. Thank you so much.
And your folks were really polite and did a good job.
All right, appointments. Mrs. Long, do you have a social service?
Yes, I'd like to reappoint Mrs. Joyce Johnson.
Okay.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for Joyce Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. George Washington Regional Commission Broadband Committee. And I understand that Mr. Thomas was willing to do this because our staff right now just doesn't have the bandwidth to do that. And Mrs. Long has made a motion to approve that.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Black?
with all due respect, Ms. Long can be the first one to tell you that I was the one who pushed for this at the George Washington Regional Commission. I'm a member of that commission. I've been a member of that commission for 10 years. I don't know when the meetings will take place. I've been in touch with Ms. Millsaps. I'm not sure if they're during the day, during the evening. I've also said that we need to have someone, if there's someone from the committee or someone from staff. Now, we've said that staff can't do it. I think there needs to be a nonpartisan looking at this. No one involved, there shouldn't be a supervisor involved in this. Someone from staff who has knowledge of the process that's working in Caroline, some of the information. Because to be honest with you, if it's going to be a staff member, I'd like to do it because I'm on the GWRC. So I think that we need to keep. I think we need to keep the supervisors out of it. I think we need to have someone from the committee going up there. I know Mr. Thomas has headed up the committee, and I think Mr. Thomas has done a great job. However, I would appreciate if we weren't going to send a staff member, that we send someone from the committee up there to do this.
Well, we'd have to poll the committee and see who is willing to actually, and I guess there's a couple people on the committee that I know that are retired that may. We can ask the committee. Mr. Sadler, do you want to send it? I guess the easiest way would be to send an email to everybody on the committee and ask if anybody would like to represent Caroline at the George Washington Regional Committee for broadband. That's the only way I know how to do this at this point, and see who, because we do have several folks on that committee that are more than capable. And several are retired and may be willing to do it. I heard somebody, was that you, Mr. Underwood?
No, that was me. I just, I don't see what the issue is with having a board member on the broadband committee. I think that would, with someone with the experience and the knowledge, I think it would be a good thing. I don't, unless there's a logical reason or an issue that needs to be discussed, and I don't see an issue.
Yes, I think, Mr. Underwood, I think the logical explanation is all of us, there's only so much money that's available. We're working with other counties. All of us are going to push to have broadband in our particular area. I think the staff, Mr. Sadler and someone from the committee, they're going to look for what mathematically makes the most sense, what's going to get us the most bang for our buck. And I think that would be fair, so that way no supervisor is going to push for, well, I need it because it's this area. I think the best thing to do is mathematically, if mathematically it makes sense to put it in the Madison district because that's the rural area that has, with most people, it's underserved right now, then we go with that. I think they would do that rather than a supervisor. And I'm not saying, I just think all of us would have a bias towards where we want the money to be spent.
But Mr. Black, with all, and Mr. Chairman, I should say, Mr. Black, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, it takes 4 of us to vote for anything to occur regarding spending in the county. I'm hoping that we would have enough foresight of this board to see if wool is being pulled over our eyes and something is not best for the total county. No. There may be bias at times, but I hate to say it, but I see that taking place now in many instances. And I just disagree. I think that a board member who has the knowledge would be more than able to represent us, and we as a board should do what's right and make the best recommendations for what's best for the county.
I disagree. I completely disagree.
Well,
there's a motion on the floor, and I'll second it. And I call for the vote.
I don't even know
what Mr. Underwood. I didn't hear a motion, so I'm not sure.
I thought Ms. Long made a motion. I thought that Mr. Thomas would be the representative. Am I not correct?
Yes, I.
Yeah, you are correct.
I was under the impression
and I'm seconding it, and I call for the vote.
That you were not interested in doing it. Also, these are regional discussions, not individual county discussions, as far as GWRC.
I understand that. I understand that, and that's why I think some of these people that have put the reports together would. We had discussed that, Ms. Long, at the GWRC level, that we were trying to get staff members to do it, so that way supervisors. That's what we had the meeting when we had the meeting at GWRC. That's what we talked about, and trying to get staff from the different counties or the committees from the different counties together, minus some of the supervisors, so that way the staff can work out what makes the most sense.
Now, I need to
You
say
can go
something
ahead and vote, but
before
I'm voting no.
just to make sure.
Mr. Thomas?
I don't believe Mr. Black is trying to impugn my integrity in any way, shape, or form.
I'm not.
I think that's a good case, and Mr. Black is well aware that the last project that I worked on, which is probably going to come to fruition with the help of Mr. Seeley, is not in my district at all, and had no effect on my district at all. I also worked on the Dawn Library, which had no effect on my district. So my goal has been to bring broadband to the county, and my intention is, whether I'm on this committee or not, is to continue to bring broadband to the county wherever and whenever we can get it. So I wouldn't have the option to just try to get things in the Mattapan district at all, since it's all regional. So, but
I will
The
just,
last project was the last project was the Port Royal district, right? And then we included a second one, which was the Mattapan district, was it not?
Actually, if you look at the history,
I know you just talked about the last project.
the last project is Jericho Road.
No.
That's the last project.
That's the current project. I'm talking about the Atlantic Broadband project.
Okay, then my statement would be the most current project that we're working on was the one I was pushing with Comcast,
right?
And it's not my district.
The Atlantic Broadband project, though, the one that's
the Comcast project was what I said, the last project.
Well, it's not.
Now, if you want to talk about,
that's a current project.
If you want to talk about the VATI grant, the VATI grant is Port Royal.
Yes.
And it's the Panola Road project, which Panola Road was the first project, and Panola Road was also before Mr. Seeley got Sparta Road. Right, Jeff? We had talked about getting Panola Road done with Atlantic Broadband, and they had to expand their hub. Because they had to expand their hub, they decided to go through King and Queen. Remember, we were going to run across 301, but we had to get work from VDOT. We have been trying to do Panola Road for 10 years, and now they finally got in it. It's not that I pushed that one project ahead of anybody else. That project had been there 3 times.
let me just step in, since we just had a regional meeting of the board chairs with the George Washington Regional Commission. I'm not sure anybody's ready for the entanglement that's coming. And in the scheme of things, it may not matter.
I just think you're setting up a bad precedent here, but I mean, you guys go ahead and vote.
Why don't we let Mr. Black be on it then? That's fine with me.
The last project we had, we were discussing the Atlantic Broadband project. We were discussing it was either going to be the Port Royal section or the Mattapan section. And when we looked at information and numbers, the Port Royal project made more sense.
But
so what we did is, rather than go with one or the other, what we did is we included both. And that benefited not just one supervisor, that benefited 2 supervisors. I understand why. I get it why. I mean, because you're adding more people. But to say it doesn't benefit one side or the other, it does.
But now you've touched on what is something the board needs to discuss is, philosophically, do we expand to where we hit more people, or do we expand to where there's no access at all? Because if we expand to where there's no access at all, we'd be done. We'd be in the Reedy Church District where they have nothing at all.
What I'm saying, however, though, is every supervisor, and you're going to do it, every supervisor is going to go for something that benefits their district.
But you can't say that for me, because what I worked on with Comcast is not my
I'm not talking about Comcast right now.
But that's the last one.
It's not. We're not done with Comcast. How can it be the last one? We're not done with it. Do we have an application? We're not done with Comcast, so it's not the last one. The last one was Atlantic Broadband.
All right. I think we get it.
Are we done with Comcast? Because if we're done with Comcast, I don't know about it.
I don't think we're done with any of them. VATI hasn't come back. Comcast hasn't come back. I'm not sure we're anywhere on either of those. I don't want to lead anybody to believe that Vati has come through and or Comcast has agreed to any big leap. But
Vati next date is tomorrow.
Mr. Chair, if I could make one point of order, it is my understanding, and I will verify this, but this is a regional subcommittee of George Washington Regional Commission, which Mr. Black does serve on. So anything that comes out of this commission is going to be reported back to GWRC and then come to the board. So you're still going to get your say on it.
Well, let's do this.
So let's go ahead and.
No, let's do this, because I have always wanted to say Lyndon Johnson's word. I shall not seek and will not accept disappointment under any circumstance.
We'll find someone else. Good.
So,
Mr. Thomas, you have made this very easy.
you can
Can we
take this and
can we just send out an email to the broadband committee and see if anybody on the committees will, and again, we don't even know when these meetings are. So if they're daytime, it may pose bigger problems than nighttime. I'm good either way. If Mr. Underwood, go ahead, because Mr. Thomas has said, even if we vote him on, he doesn't want to do it. So
That's fine, but there was a proper motion and a proper second. We've had the discussion. Mr. Thomas can agree not to serve, but we are out of order by not voting.
I have no problem. All in favor of having Mr. Thomas be the representative on the George Washington Regional Commission Broadband Committee, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed?
Nay. And I'm voting nay because when we talked about it at the George Washington Regional Commission, we were saying, Ms. Long, we were saying that we were going to keep the supervisor, we were trying to keep the supervisor out of it and have staff. And our staff has said that they don't have the time and the wherewithal to do it, as far as they're overwhelmed. So then we would have to go down to someone who was on this committee. And that's what we had said at the GWRC meeting. So that's why I don't understand why we're going to go against what the GWRC had talked about.
With all due respect, Mr. Black, it sounds like it's more to it than that. We voted, and Mr. Thomas can decline if he so wishes.
So, Mr. Thomas, if you wish to decline, that is fine. If you do not,
I can't hear Mr. Thomas.
Mr. Black is the only name. Roll call vote. Mr. Forehand. 2 nays. Mr. Black.
Nay.
Mrs. Long.
Aye.
Mr. Underwood.
Aye.
Mr. Thomas. He needs to abstain, and I'll vote aye for right now. And if we will send out an email and see if there's any other takers, it's going to be tough. Next item, consent agenda. Anything anybody wishes? Mr.
Mr. Chairman, if I could point out, you have in front of you a revised resolution related to item 3F, correction made, pointed out by Mrs. Long regarding the termination of the scenic river designation, and just wanted to call your attention to that.
The size.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Mr. Underwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I pull item, I'm sorry, I just lost it in my, I think it's item H, no, not H, I'm sorry. 3G. We pull 3G?
G.
You said G.
G is in George.
Okay. Anything else? Hearing none, I'll take a motion for A through F, H, I, and J.
Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion that we approve consent agendas A through F and H.
And
There's I and
Oh,
J on the
and I
next
and J,
page.
I'm sorry. And I and J.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
And make note that includes that we're going to do the repairs for the Sparta fire station as part of consent agenda.
Correct.
Right away,
Correct. Oh, where I was at their meeting last night.
right away.
I understand. Since item G has been pulled and I see the chairman of the electoral board and the registrar here, I guess there are questions, Mr. Underwood?
Yes, my question is, the breakdown of funds to compensation. I know that we compensated some of the other departments, and I believe they were equally done for equal employees. I was just wondering how that breakdown is for this additional funds.
Let me start with, this is additional CARES funding that came straight to the registrar, not to the county. And those funds, as I understand, weren't expended early because they didn't know what they were going to need through the election.
Okay.
To be fair to everybody, to level the playing field on that, because I had asked Mr. Cully the same question. The registrar's letter is in the board packet. So I'll start there. And other questions?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr.
Mr. Black?
Mr. Cully, we got an email in regards to this from you, and I did not see it in the board packet of the breakdown of the funds. Is there a reason why that was not included in the board packet? Because we got an email from staff saying how that money would be broken down, but then when I looked in the board packet, it was not there.
I think this was the letter she sent with the data just didn't make it into the board packet. So I did send that out to you.
I know, I got it. I was just wondering why, because is it online for people to see?
No, I think only what's online is the actual letter.
Okay, and
I mean, we can put the data out there if you would like, but.
And let me ask you a question. In the other one, when we did like for example, the sheriff's department and so forth, that data was available, right? That data was out there about how the breakdown was, correct?
Whatever was in the board packet, and the registrar's office was included in that with the sheriff and fire and rescue and public utilities and public works employees back in the first hazard pay that we did. And that was based off of $3.75 an hour per hour's work. So it was equal across the board. So everybody that worked full time got the same pay. Part-time people got paid for what they worked. That's not what's proposed in this matter, and that's what I sent you in the email, just to show you that's I don't know what the calculations are, but it's not based on a standard rate of pay.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Mrs. Long?
Yeah, and I guess that would be my question. I mean, I'm glad the money's there and they're going to get some additional funds because I know they all worked very hard this election season. But it is a hazard pay, and COVID's not picky about if you're full-time, part-time, or how many hours you work as to what hits you. So it seems to me like we do with our employees, it would be divided equally based on the number of hours you worked. And I can't tell from that letter if that was the way it was calculated. So is there anybody that can tell me if that's what that is?
You want to read the email?
Well, I got the.
Mrs. McVeigh, if you want to come forward, you can. And Mr. Nunley, if you want to come up, or Mrs. Johnson, if you want to come up, or any of the electoral board members. Because I will say that, they took over the admin conference room for all the mail-in ballots, and we actually had given that to the registrar's office for almost 2 months. And the voting was, as all of us saw, was out the door for, I mean, 2 at a time into the office or 3 at a time into the office. So there's plenty, but I'll let Mrs. McVeigh answer anybody's questions.
Okay, thank you. Pretty much the officer elections, can I pull this down so I can talk?
Sure.
The officer's election got a base amount for serving that day. Most of the bulk went to people who worked in the offices. We had 45 days of early voting, including pretty busy days. We ranged between 150 to 300 people a day. So pretty much you're seeing the bulk of that money going to my staff who work diligently serving these people, plus the CAP people upstairs who had to we handled almost 8,000 either voting in person or mail ballots. Those ballots that came in had to be sprayed. We had to do all of that, and we had to go outside and deal with people who were possibly COVID. We had people to call to say they'd just gotten out of the hospital. So it was a very stressful time for all of us there at the office. So that's why you're seeing the bulk coming to the office.
But my question, Ms. McVeigh, is, but I have no problem with that, but everybody who is dealing with that is being paid the same amount per hour, correct?
They're being paid based on who worked the most hours.
But it's the same amount per person?
Yeah, it's pretty much the same amount. I looked at all the hours, I saw what base they worked, and I calculated that out. It's like, you know, my staff, I have an assistant registrar, a deputy registrar. We worked more hours. We had constant overtime. I had to get 4 additional seasonal workers come in, plus 2 additional people up there to do absentee cure. Plus we had a team doing the absentee upstairs.
Right.
And like, you know, like you said earlier, we had them extended period. We were up there for about 2 weeks doing absentees.
But if somebody says to me, I got less than somebody else, I can say, everybody got paid the same, you just worked less hours.
I can figure that out for you and let you know that.
Okay.
I don't have it with me tonight.
But you did the calculation, so.
I
you
did a
pretty much
basis
used
on the number of hours that they worked and came up with a set amount. I
got a question if I could ask real quick.
Sure.
It'll probably help you, Mrs. Long. Were the hours multiplied times the rate of pay, so you're basically paying overtime?
Mm-hmm.
Because that's where the difference lies. It wasn't a flat rate given to everyone.
That's what I'm asking. I thought I was asking.
I was just trying to clarify it a little bit because I don't know how the numbers work out if it was a flat rate.
And that was the question that I think I saw in the email is like, I mean, some of the full-time employees in the office, which I think we're working, there's no question, we understand what you guys had to do was work hard.
We had very long hours.
Yes.
There was no such thing as an 8-hour day.
Right, and no question, but I mean, some of those full-time employees that I think were there were some employees that got, you know, more than others. And
because we had 3 employees, including myself, we were all working full-time.
Right.
We never worked 40-hour weeks.
But I believe there was a difference. I believe there was a difference between those 3 employees.
That's true.
2 of them were the same, one of them's different.
Yes.
2 were the same, and I was more because they got paid time and a half, and I never did. I had over 200 hours I did not get paid for, and I was there with them too.
That's what I was questioning. So it's basically overtime paid, Mrs. Long, not hazard pay. That was just like ours was $3.75 per hour work.
Well, we shouldn't call it hazard pay then. We should call it what it is, so we all can agree. Whatever it is, then call it what it is.
I'm not sure. What Mr. Underwood is saying is we should call it is it overtime pay or is it hazard pay? And Mr. Cully, in the scheme of CARES funds, what are the categories?
I don't remember overtime being there, but I'd have to go back. Some senior staff were involved in that. Maybe Tamika would remember what's in that. We've only paid, a hazard pay adjustment, not overtime.
Is overtime allowed?
That's what I'm saying. I'd have to go back and look, but that's.
So what we basically have to say is it has to be overtime. It cannot be over. Tamika said no.
Yeah, it has to be hazard pay, but then I don't know that that can be adjusted and paid out like overtime, but that would be, it has to be like a shift differential. So if you have people working and you say, all right, we're going to give you a shift differential of $4 or $5 an hour for hazard pay, that is allowed. But I don't think you can look at each employee and say, well, you make more than this one, and so you get $8 per hour versus you get $5 an hour. That's what I can't answer.
Can we agree that it could be calculated as hazard pay based on the hours they worked? Let them figure the formula based on hours worked, because this money's got to be expended by 30 December. And if we're going to agree that it's hazard pay for additional hours for those workers.
We want to make sure that it's done according to the regulations.
And let it be done according to regs, but give the registrar the ability to actually work out that formula and take it up to Mr. Cully, because we have to agree to this expenditure, and this is our last meeting this month.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, we should know what that expenditure is. If it goes to Mr. Cully, we will not see that before it gets there. I'd like to know what that expenditure is and how much is being expended to each person.
The expenditure is $13,805. That's what the expenditure will be. It's CARES money that expires.
I'd like to know how much is going to be given to each person, the same way we did with the fire and rescue and our other hazard pay.
And
The money was the same for every person.
Our email has $8,000.
You know, if you're going down further, there's everybody else that got, most people got $50. There's another $5,225 that went to all the poll workers.
That in my email.
That's in there. I'm looking at the email.
It's in the letter. I'm looking at the letter in the board pack.
No, there's a different thing, the board packet versus the letter.
An email I sent last week.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying, those two different things. That's what's not in the.
Mr. Cully?
Keep turning that.
Sir.
I got a question for you, and maybe Sheriff Lippert can answer this too. On the bonuses with the other departments that were given out, when we gave out the bonuses, or the departments gave out the bonuses, were they based on hours, or was it just flat for everyone?
It was flat. The way we did it,
flat?
we came up with $3.75. And so if you were full-time, you got your pay for that period that the building was closed.
Right.
For fire rescue, everybody's but the registrar. The registrar, we did her for when we were closed and they were actually doing voting, and we continued that on through the whole voting form. So hers were somewhat different, but it was still the same $3.75. But if you were a deputy and you worked full time, you didn't get the $3.75 for overtime hours. We didn't try to go figure out, well, Deputy A worked 6 hours over and Deputy B worked 10 hours up. So we gave you your full time, which worked out to 400 hours. For normal people, fire and rescue worked out for more because during that time they work longer shifts.
Okay.
And so a full-time employee that got hazard pay that y'all approved got $1,500, and of course taxes were taken out. Hourly people, deputies, convenience center attendants, anybody else that worked hourly, we calculated their hours because we have that calculation for every month. And so they got $3.75 for hours worked. So if they worked 10 hours, or they worked hundreds of hours, that's what they got, $3.75 an hour. So it was equal, but it wasn't overtime hours. It was just a shift differential. So they got paid their regular money and then a shift differential of $3.75 for that time period of late March to June, when the county closed the buildings down.
Mr. Chairman, we need a motion that makes sure these people get their money before it expires, but we need to do it appropriately.
Can
somebody give me a motion?
Is there a formula, Mrs. McVeigh, that you can share that actually levels this whole
I
playing
will
field?
figure something for you. If you'll disapprove the amount, I'll come up with a figure for you that,
I mean, not just a figure, but a formula for how this gets distributed across all, because that's really what they're asking for.
what you're looking for is
is
an
a-
hourly rate based on the number of hours we worked. Is that what you're looking for?
Something along
And
those
not
lines.
overtime, not overtime, but just a shift differential type of hours. Yes, I think that's
Because we were open the entire time. We never could close.
I understand that. We're just looking for not a figure, but a formula.
Okay.
And then the figures that go by person.
Okay. See, with the officer election, since they worked one day, they just got a set amount per day for working.
I understand that, but
And
you
you're
can
just
come
concerned
up
morally,
with a formula for all of those.
just for the registrar's office. You're not concerned with the officer's election.
for the 8190.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what you
For the what, Mr. Colley? 8190?
8190.
For the 8190.
I don't have that in front of me.
No, but can you come up
Yes,
with a
I will.
formula and then
I'll
how
be
it's
happy to.
distributed?
I'll be happy to.
Mr. Colley, she can turn that into Mr. Colley. He can approve it. We can give him the authority to approve.
Mr. Cully?
Sir.
I thought we got something, and I checked my mail today. I thought there was something from VACO allowing the expenditures were made by December 30th. You could still.
Yeah, you can count it into January.
Yes, you can count it into January. So technically, couldn't we take this up on a consent in January?
My grant is different. It has to be, you have a cover letter in there. Mine is expenditures through November the 30th, and they have to be expended by December 30th. There's a letter there.
Yeah. We
Yeah.
have to have a
That's
vote.
the front letter of that.
So my CARES grant is different than the county's ones. Mine is a separate for
Correct.
election.
Okay.
Right. And it came separate from our CARES money.
Mm-hmm.
It was not bundled. This is completely different.
Yeah, it's separate,
different
completely
dollars.
separate.
Changed because they changed the CARES one for the county, but they didn't extended it a little bit. But they didn't for this one then.
Not that I know of.
Okay.
I think to be safe, you're better off to approve it based on an even formula than to let it ride into January.
Okay.
So Mrs. Long, do you want to take?
I'll take a go at this. Mr. Chairman, I would move that we approve the registrar, voters registrar, distributing their special hazard funds for COVID-19 at a flat rate to be determined per hour for per office, not to exceed $8,190, and for the office of elections, not to exceed $5,225, for a total of not to exceed of $13,805. Such formula to be approved by Mr. Cully.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
That work?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor signify.
Well, I do have a discussion kind of question.
Okay.
How much do you have left over, or is this the end of all?
That would be the end of it.
This is the end
That
of all your
expends everything I have.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Okay, now I'll get with Mr. Cully.
Opposed?
And I will get with Mr. Cully. We'll get this all taken care of.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Running the pad behind.
we are running way behind, but let's take a 10-minute break and we will resume it. Well, let's do public comment because we're going to need to click on through. And we've already been 2 hours.
Comment.
Do you want to
Public
do,
comment now?
you want to do public comment now, Mr.? Anybody?
No. I mean, I thought that's what she said.
I was just going to give, if we want to push on through public comment, we can.
Okay.
All right, we're gonna move on to public comment. Anyone wishing to speak to anything not on the agenda for public hearings, which is one item, is free to come up and speak. 3 minutes. Public comments now open.
This looks like to tell the truth.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, thank you for being here. My name is Brent Hunsinger. I'm with Friends of the Rappahannock. I'm the river steward for Caroline, King George, and Spotsylvania counties. I do appreciate your vote in support of the resolution for the scenic rivers. A few counties have voted for that tonight. King George last week, Spotsy tonight, Spotsylvania, as well as perhaps Fredericksburg later this evening, with hopefully more to come in the coming couple of weeks. So thank you for that. Just to give you an update, put a face with a name. Like I said, I am the river steward for those counties, which means I am the first line of communication with anything dealing with the Rappahannock River in in Caroline County with the watershed. But we do not solely just work within the watershed in Caroline County. We have a relationship with the Hanover Caroline Soil and Water Conservation Board, where we help to administer the Virginia Conservation Assistance Program, as well as agricultural cost share BMPs as well. We also have worked with you all last month to do a large tree giveaway in Port Royal County, where free trees were given away to many folks in the county that even reached down to, I believe, folks in Ruther Glen, I get myself in trouble with that, Lake Caroline area. We're very appreciative as well. As well as we are very appreciative to work with you all in the 9th grade at the high school for meaningful watershed educational experiences. You should know that you have wonderful teachers in the 9th grade teaching science at the high school. So we're very appreciative of that, as well as taking the 9th graders paddling in a normal year at Port Royal. We have also helped to try and promote Port Royal canoe landing, as well as some other tourism-based things there as well. So I would like to say you can count me as a huge advocate on behalf of Caroline County. I look forward to working with you all in the future. I just wanted to show up tonight to thank you again for that vote in support of the scenic designation, and I look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you very much, and have a great evening.
Thank you, Mr. Hunsinger.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is John Bowers. I reside in Caroline Pines in the Reedy Church District. I see that there's an update on status of the Carmel Church Fire and EMS station on tonight's agenda. I just wanted to emphasize for the residents of Caroline Pines and the other subdivisions in the area of Carmel Church how really important this is. I'll give a couple of examples. A resident 1 street over from me died of a heart attack 2 weeks ago. I don't know if a closer EMS unit would have changed the outcome, but I can't help but think that the survivors would like to have an EMS unit closer. About, I don't know, 2 or 3 months ago, a neighbor of mine contacted me. She just called 911. She had a fire in her attic. Took 22 minutes for the fire units. Frog Level and Lady Smith had arrived at just about the same time, but it took 22 minutes. That was a long, long 22 minutes that she waited for the fire units to get there. She ended up with Lady Smith and Frog Level, a rescue squad. It was a good turnout. It turned out to be a small fire just in the air handler in the attic that did not go any farther. But 22 minutes is a long time to wait. I Googled the distance from Caroline Pines, actually from my residence to Frog Level, the fire department, 9.9 miles. Lady Smith, 9.7 miles. We've been looking at, the county, you have been looking at putting a fire EMS unit in there, right at exit 104 at the Carmel Church Loop. It's a great location. You know, industries looking at coming in the area would sure like to have, would certainly be looking to see what the status of fire services is. And gosh, I look at the, you know, probably 1,000 people pump gas or diesel fuel there daily. We haven't had a major problem. But boy, with all those people in a hurry, I look at it and I think, oh my God, we're one bad afternoon away from a huge fire and without a response unit on site. My point tonight, just simply being, it's urgent that we move forward with this. I know it's been on the capital improvement plan for a while, and I urge you to move forward with it and get it scheduled and get us the fire service and EMS we have been waiting for many years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bowers. Anyone else wishing to speak? Anyone else wishing to speak?
Good evening, everyone. My name is George Spinner. I live in the Mattaponi District. And I've been sitting in here tonight listening to all the talk about reassessments. And first of all, I'm wondering why this whole process is moving so fast. I mean, I was on the last Board of Assessors, and we didn't do the appeals until after the first of the year. And when we did it, we did it face to face, and I don't understand why that can't be done. Because when I was on the board, we did it in this auditorium. The 6 of us sat at this table, and people came in and were able to keep a distance if they wanted to, if we didn't have to back then, and discuss whatever their issue was. And then we voted on whether or not to, appeal grant their appeal or not. I don't understand why that couldn't be done here. And also, I mean, with everything that's going on, if they're not willing to do that, I think this whole process should be put on hold until after this China virus is been taken care of. I mean, I know vaccines are coming out. It wouldn't be that much of an imposition to put it off for the next maybe couple of months and then start it back up again for the reassessments. My assessment apparently was not as high as some other people's, even though I thought it was at the time. But, so I just wanted to formally request that you all put this reassessment process on hold until after things have settled down with all the illness that's going around. One more thing. Have you all considered getting a new sound system? Because I sit back here in the 5th row and I have trouble hearing most of you when you are talking, and when motions are being made, I can't hear them most of the time. And I just wonder if maybe you need to be looking at some type of new sound system, something for the county.
It's in progress.
Thank you. I mean, I can always hear you, Mr. Silly, so I always can understand what you're saying. But all right, thank you very much. You all have a very Merry Christmas and a safe New Year.
Thank you, Mr. Spinner.
Ooh, that thing's way up. Mr. Seeley, rest of the board members, I'm only going to take a few minutes. Sheriff Tony Lippa here, and Mr. Black, thank you for your kind comments at the very beginning. But I'm coming tonight to let our citizens know the situation that we have here at the sheriff's office, and I know the board's looking to help us. But I want our citizens to know that back in 2018, we were full. January 2018, we had 54 people. But I want our citizens to know with the number of vacancies that we have, we take each and every call very seriously. We've gotten to the point where not only are we shorthanded, but so is the Department of State Police. And whenever we have prioritized calls, that's what we're doing now. So I want them to be a little bit patient if it is not an emergency call, because there's times that we only have 1 or 2 deputies out there. With that being said, like I said at the very beginning, in January of 2018, we were full. Then we became a revolving door. In July of 2018, we were 2 positions down. By December of 18, we were 3. And in July of 19, we went back to 2 down, but then we lost a couple of more people. So again, up and down of what we've had. We've gone through hiring processes and stuff too, to try to, again, soften our blow from that part of it and to see if we can attract people. Here in July of 2020, 4 down. And then we've also had 3 retirements. And going back and forth, we've now, by December of 2020, we are 8 people down. And out of the 8 people down, this doesn't account for one new rehire that's going to have to go through basic school. This also does not account for a certified person that we do have, which does help us. But beside that, we also have one that's with us that's in the military and he's in Afghanistan. So the 8 people down, one has to go to school, one's been on military leave. And I've just learned today that come January, I'm going to lose 2 more. One of them's going to go to the DEA, another one's going out to Colorado. So with that being said, I wanted to bring that to your attention and what we have. We were able to attract a couple of certified people. Looking at our, just as an example, and of course, COVID didn't help us either when it comes to, being able to put people through physical fitness testing. We couldn't do that. The academy's gone through up and down, and our people being there too. So we've had our challenges too. It helped Mr. Foreham when you were talking about having the county help us with the applicants. So I'm looking here to let you know that in August we have, which is most recent here, 22 applicants so far have filled them out. 5 of them already been disqualified just by looking at a DMV and minor check background. So there's 5 that's out there. But the most recent one that we were able to attract people was just July of this past year. And we, out of 16 people, 8 didn't even show up. We had 2 of them that failed the written test. We had 3 of them that were disqualified, not recommended due to background. We did have 1 withdraw. So 14 didn't make that process, but the positive was we were able to hire 2. I can go on and on as far as the numbers of the testing and everything that we're doing. I think the chief is probably fire department in some of the same situation, but when we look at 10 people out of 54, I mean, we're at 20% down. But the main thing is let our citizens know that we're still there for you. We might have to prioritize some calls. I know I've received some calls saying that it took a deputy some time to get here, and they were asking about what would have happened if this was a real emergency. And my response to them was, if you had that life-threatening emergency, we are going to pull people out of calls that they might be on. Mr. Underwood, you mentioned the fact of what's going on down at the State Fair and the light show with Scotty and them, and Captain Stacy Carey's here. Just if people had some problems with traffic this past weekend, we've gotten those worked out. Captain Carey's been on top of that too. We're putting up a couple of message boards. They're putting out a little bit more information. The vendor there is helping us out by getting people off the 30 and into the park area ahead of time. So any questions of me, again, thank you for your time. I'm more than happy to answer some.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Good.
I know we've all asked about hiring and those kinds. I was glad to hear the numbers. Anyone else wishing to speak? Anyone else wishing to speak? Anyone else wishing to speak? I'm going to close the public hearing for this evening. Or public comment, I'm sorry. Public comment for this evening. We're going to keep going? Now we're going to now take a break for 10 minutes till 25 after. We'll be on break till 25 after 8. On the agenda are public hearings. The public hearing for this evening is RZ 05-2019. Mr. Fincham, I take it you are going to be first up with this?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, your one and only public hearing for the evening is RZ 05-2019. Raza Mushtaq, Wagas Mushak, and Muhammad Yassin, owners and applicants, are requesting a rezoning from RP Rural Preservation to B1 Business on tax map 26-A-30. Property contains approximately 1.02 acres of land. It's located on Jefferson Davis Highway at the Caroline-Spotsylvania County line. 2030 Comprehensive Plan designates this property as being outside of the county's growth area boundaries and designated as rural preservation. As the board may recall, you actually had a public hearing on this item back in July of 2020. The application has been deferred either by the applicant or by the county several times since then. The applicant has submitted some revised proffers for the board's consideration, which actually were presented to the board in November, but we advertised a public hearing based upon the change in those proffers, which is the reason we are back here this evening for public hearing and possible action on this request by the board. If you recall, the property on the Spotsylvania County side of the line has been approved for a used car dealership. They are requesting this additional 1 acre of land in Caroline County to be zoned business to allow a portion of that car dealership, specifically vehicle display and a repair/detailing facility, to be located on that portion in Caroline County. The applicant has proffered out a number of uses, which are reflected in the revised proffer statement. I would note that if the board does approve this rezoning, the applicant still must come back to the county for a special exception permit for uses related to a used car dealership. With that, I'll answer any questions that the board may have.
Questions for any board member before the public hearing? Hearing none, I will open the public hearing for RZ 05-2019. Anyone wishing to speak? Anyone wishing to speak? Anyone wishing to speak? Yeah, the applicant is included in this.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Ms. Long, it's good to see you again. As Mike indicated,
you are?
I'm sorry, let me back up. My name is Steve Judy. I'm an attorney from Spotsylvania. I represent the applicants who are here tonight. It's been a while, as Mike said, since you all were made aware of what was going on with this, and so let me give you a little refresher on the background here. My clients had purchased this property believing it to be a Spotsylvania property that was already zoned for commercial use. They went through the application process with Spotsylvania and got their approvals. They hired an engineer to draw up a site plan and to get started on the work. They actually hired a contractor and actually started going through paving and putting a parking lot before Caroline indicated to them that, hey, we have a problem, that a portion of this property is in Caroline County. I don't want to get into a discussion as to when they knew or who should have known and when things should have stopped, but the point is they have come down to having really two choices based on their current site plan. One would be to drop the plan they have right now. All of the work that has been done would be for naught. They would have to submit to Spotsylvania County for a new site plan and move everything over onto the Spotsylvania side. What we have here is a very small portion of the total commercial area that they intend to use that sits on this Caroline side. In fact, on the site plan, there were only approximately 8 parking spaces that were on the Caroline side, 4 of which were intended for display spaces. The rest were employee parking. There is a existing structure on the Caroline side that they intended to renovate to use for minor repairs and detailing. I want to make sure you understand that there's no intent here to create a auto repair shop that's open to the public. The only vehicles that would be on that site would be the vehicles that are there for minor repairs, scratch and dent repair, and cleaning and washing them, preparing them for sale. Here's the dilemma that they have. If they go with the idea that Spotsylvania has provided them with to resubmit a site plan and move everything onto their side, it's going to cost them another $30,000 to $40,000 in engineering and design and construction. And they lose the right to use that 1 acre that's on the Caroline side, and it sits there with no benefit to anyone. It has no access from any other point other than coming through the Spotsylvania part of the property. So it couldn't even be used for residential use. So the other option that they saw, and the reason that we are here, is because they felt that if we could rezone that property so that the entire parcel can be used for business purposes, that would be to their advantage. But they also want you to understand that they're intending to limit that use in a significant way. As Mike said, in our revised proffer statement, we have removed more than half of the potential uses that this property could be put to. More importantly, we have indicated that the property in its state right now, more than half of it is treed, and we have no intention of removing any trees, and we have proffered that we will not remove any of the trees except those that would be necessary if the building was renovated and required the installation of a septic or a well. I drove down to Caroline back in August, and I stopped right at the border of Caroline and Spotsylvania, and I got out of my car and I stood behind the sign that says, "Leaving Caroline County, entering Spotsylvania County." And all you can see at that point is trees. You can't see the entrance to the commercial part of the property until you actually get into Spotsylvania. Those trees to the right there will stay. They're not coming down. We don't intend to clear any portion of that property. And so from the standpoint of rural preservation, from Caroline County's standpoint, it will be preserved. You won't even know that a commercial use is occurring until you actually step into Spotsylvania, where it's already been approved for that use. The other part of our proffer that we've added is that if this property is going to be used for a car lot, that no vehicles on that lot will be inoperable vehicles. All the vehicles on the lot will have an inspection sticker on them. In fact, DMV requires dealers to have all their cars inspected and approved on the lot. No vehicle will remain on the lot that might have a expired inspection for more than 30 days. If the time runs out, the vehicle will be removed from the property. Now, my clients obviously can't be responsible for an employee who may show up with a vehicle that has a expired inspection. And with COVID going around, we know there are a lot of people running around with vehicles with expired inspections and expired registrations on them. I see them every day.
But my clients, if they receive the special exception permit, will run this facility in an appropriate way, and there will not be any junk vehicles on the property. They will keep it clean and orderly, and it'll be respectable, and it will not be an eyesore for Caroline County. The biggest concern is my clients have already expended over $100,000 in developing this site for their purpose on the Spotsylvania side. And if this is not approved, they're going to have to spend almost that much more again to make it work only on the Spotsylvania side. The question was asked before, what's the benefit to Caroline County? And the only benefit that I can come up with is that if it's rezoned to commercial business, you can assess it at a higher rate. So you get more tax money out of it. But I would turn the question around and says, well, what does Caroline get if they don't rezone it? Well, they don't get anything. They get a piece of property that's worthless that nobody can make use of. So I would ask you to grant the rezoning as requested so that my clients can move forward to the special use process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Judy.
I'll answer any questions.
If you'll stay down front, I'm sure there'll be some questions as we move on. Anyone else wishing to speak? Anyone else wishing to speak? Anyone else wishing to speak? Hearing none, the public hearing is closed. Board members. Mrs. Long.
Yes, I bet.
You're gonna have to get on that microphone. So that everybody can hear you.
The cord doesn't want to pull it.
There you go. It moved. Why, did you get unplugged? She hasn't turned, she turned it off.
I must have hit it with my hand. Thank you. I did go and view the property, and this is, it's basically a comedy of errors that Caroline got caught in. However, the construction of this property, this little wedge with 2 feet of road frontage, if that, is pretty much landlocked. I can't see a lot of uses for it that would benefit the county as a rural piece of property. The proffers will keep the trees there, will keep the view shed there, and we will at least increase our tax income a little bit by the rezoning. Plus, we can also add other stipulations when they come back. They're still going to have to come back for a special use permit. So I think they have honestly and sincerely tried to work with us to save their business, of course, but also to make it comfortable for us to approve this property. I cannot say that I went into this excited about it after meeting with the applicant and realizing they really just want to have those parking spaces that for display and for employees in a small place to detail the cars, to put them on their lot and do minor things to them. That's all they're asking us for, and they're willing to leave the rest of that land looking rural. I don't see where they can offer us a lot more. So at this point, I would appreciate input.
Here's my concern with this property is that there's no access from the Caroline side. And I see all this property behind the trees. And what I'm fearful is going to happen is we end up with junk cars. And I'll take you to a few places in my district, and I'll take you to a few places in Mr. Thomas's district, where all this, where you can't see anything, ends up being junk vehicles, because we're going to keep them till the price of scrap goes up. So that we end up with a pile of vehicles all behind here that nobody can see, and there's no access for Caroline theoretically to go in. And if we do, I'm looking for something that prohibits the storage of vehicles in this whole wedge that's treed in, because you've made it very clear you can't see it because it's treed, which is very convenient. I'll take you to some places that are very treed that are loaded with junk cars. How do we inhibit that from happening on this piece of property? And I'm eliciting an answer from that from Mr. Judy, if he has his applicant's permission to talk about that.
Well, sir, at one time, a used car lot was just a collection of old cars, and some that worked and some that didn't. And yes, some would get, the ones that didn't get sold would get pushed off to the back of the yard. That's really not the way car dealers operate nowadays. They don't have as large a inventory as they used to. They keep the inventory down to a minimum purposely. A lot of their deals in working with their clients, the clients come in and talk to them about what kind of car they're looking for. The dealers will then go and shop the auto auctions to find the car that their client wants. They don't keep as many cars on the lot as they used to.
But this isn't about, this is about cars that show up that that people get paid for from the insurance company, and or people don't show back up and the car ends up stacked up. I'm looking for a remedy to a situation before we get it. So,
well, a possible remedy would be when we get to the special use permit is to limit the number of cars they can have on the lot at any one time.
well, but the lot, see, it's going to be, the lot is an interesting term because the lot is partially in Caroline and partially in
I
Spotsylvania.
will clarify that and say that on the entire piece of property, whether in Spotsylvania or Caroline, there will be a limit to the number of total vehicles that can be on that property.
You understand what I'm
I certainly understand. We have no intention of turning this into a car graveyard, and we don't want to.
I understand. The price of scrap metal has driven people for eons. And it's easy to keep until the price goes up. And I've got a place to keep. I'm just telling you my experience and what I've heard from people. They're not staying long. We're just waiting for the price of scrap to go up. And then the only thing that goes up are the weeds and the trees through the car, so that you can't recognize them very easily.
And I dealt with this same problem with a similar situation in Spotsylvania, and that was the way we agreed to remedy it with the board, was to prohibit more than a certain number of vehicles on the property. And that gives the county the authority to come in and say, well, there's more than 28 cars here, and that includes carcasses of cars too. And if there's too many there, then a notice of violation.
I'm just making sure you understand my delineation of.
I certainly do.
Because when you say the property could be Spotsylvania.
Well, as I say, we will agree.
I'm just trying to be as clear as I can with you.
And we will try to.
What I'm talking
we will
about.
try to come back with something as clear as possible to you that says the entire property, including both Spotsylvania and Caroline, will have a limit on the number of vehicles that can be there at any one time. I think that's the best way to do it. We'll also proffer that, as I said, there will not be any inoperable vehicles allowed on the property also.
I think those two would go a long way for me personally. And I'm right there with you. I don't want to see another parcel anywhere in the county that has, tons and tons of scrap metal that were good intentions when they were bought or moved there, but we've remedied this with other parcels.
I'm just trying to be clear because when you say parcel, in this case, it's a rarity that it's split between two counties.
We could always address it by the tax map number also. If a 30-day limit on any vehicle not sold or sitting there that has to move and having to have an inspection sticker would make me hope that nothing, an operable car with an inspection sticker would not end up in the woods, but that could always be detailed and special exception. And we could refer to it as parcel 26A30.
And just to reiterate, the intention here is to have a lot that has cars that are saleable, not cars that are inoperable or that require extreme amount of work. Any car of that nature, if it showed up on the lot for some reason, would be removed from the lot within 30 days.
I'm just trying to give you some of the experience we've had over the years.
And I certainly understand. We have had a lot of the same experiences in Spotsylvania, and we are dealing with them there, and we want to work with you to deal with them in Caroline County also.
One more question.
Mr. Forehand?
Is there an existing Raza Auto Sales, or is this a new venture?
They have a dealership in Spotsylvania on Harrison Road.
So is this a second location or they're moving?
Right now, it would be a second location, but there's a possibility that this will become their only location.
Those are my questions, Mrs. Long. Anybody else, any further questions?
Mr. Chair, that I would, well, you got to close the public hearing.
Pam, did I close it? I closed the public hearing. I did. Mr. Underwood's had an opportunity if he had questions.
No, I don't have any, Mr. Chairman, but I don't think you closed public hearing though.
Mrs. Long assures me I did.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, that I move that I would motion that we move forward with the rezoning of this property from, and I've lost my page and my notes. Hold on. To, Mike, help, I lost my page. I want to rezone it from rural
RP to B1.
B1.
With the amended proffers as included in your packet.
Thank you. I'm going to find the page though. That would be the motion.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I got a second from Mr. Underwood. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? We will look forward to your next public hearing with the appropriate conditions.
Thank you all very much. Ms. Long, appreciate it.
Agenda item number 5. Who's doing 5? Mr. Colley, Mr. Parton, Mr. Fincham. I'm just going down the list.
Take a little bit of time to get there. As you remember, and I'm pulling this up on that now, we have been working to try to work out an arrangement for the approval of the purchase of the property for the Carmel Church, future Carmel Church fire station. We have in your packet that the language that's been agreeable between both parties, and both attorneys for the parties have worked on this language, and Ben can speak to any legal questions of this, but this is basically a purchase agreement that sets forth all this. And we're ready for y'all to authorize either me to sign it or the chair to sign it so we can move this project. And we have a period of days. I read that earlier, I forgot.
120 days.
120 days study the feasibility of the property before we have to, or we can get out of the, basically, before we have to go to closing. So Ben, if you've got anything you want to jump in there and add, please do. But that's, until we obtain the property, we really can't move move forward with evaluating it or doing anything else on the station.
I don't really have anything to add other than the fact that we spent, this has been going on for several months at least, and we've looked at the agreement and we've I mean, frankly, we wrote the agreement and they proposed some changes and we negotiated different things about them. And also, I mean, we're comfortable with the agreement from a legal standpoint. Unless you guys have some questions that I could answer.
So are we going to go in and do an environmental on this so we don't get tree stumps and
Yes.
buried tanks?
Yes, sir.
So we're going to have the engineering firm, I mean, can you just take us through that, what that process will be?
Yes, sir. That's what the 120-day process is for, is to go in, prepare a site plan, do an environmental assessment, all the things we need to do to make sure the site is a viable site for future station.
Okay.
Now, within that 120 days, the board can decide not to proceed during that time period. At the end of the 120 days, if everything's in order, then we close within 30 days in accordance with the agreement. And if you will recall, the cost to the county is basically 1 year's worth of tax, the assessed taxes for the property, and the potential for the installation of a signal, traffic signal, which is not a given.
Really, Mr.
Not
Chairman,
like,
And Mr. Shebel advises me that the phase 1 environmental has already been performed. Right. On site.
really, Mr. Chairman, I'd ask Mr. Fincham to give us this report just to make sure that all of us, the board and citizens, knew we were moving forward with this project, because it had been on the, as Mr. Bauer said before, the CIP for a while. And as he just mentioned, the $4,000 in cost is not what 3 acres of land costs. It's basically their tax. We were supposed to have done this several years ago. You know, take this property several years ago, but since we didn't, we're paying them their tax. And then we're going to move forward. So hopefully we can move forward with this fire station and move forward with the other fire station we've got in Sparta and get those both started before the end of the fiscal year. Yeah, I'm going to move that. I'm going to motion that we move forward.
Second. I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I just have a quick question. Mr. Fincham, does a small rancher, is that not included in this parcel, correct? There are no structures in the parcel? Or...
No, there are no structures, no, sir. There is an existing residential dwelling on a separate parcel to the rear of this 3.1 acres. That structure actually fronts on Old Ruther Glen Road. But this site is clear of any structures.
Any other questions? I have a, Mr. Black, you have,
No. I'm just ready.
I have a motion to second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Agenda item number 6. Mr. Bassoon, oh, there he is. I was like looking at his chair and all I saw was a jacket.
Good evening, board. It is kind of hot. I think you all have it all in your packets. I do not have the actual language that was proposed. I think County Attorney Ben Emerson has prepared some language in the emergency ordinance to forego this year's personal property filing for this year only. The reason behind my suggestion is due to the fact I've already had 2 positive cases in my office. This process will not hamper or stop my ability to get the tax assessing done and provide tax rolls so that the treasurer can get them prepared on time as a result of you all setting your rate as scheduled for billing for the first half month in June. This is completely for the safety of my staff, the building, and the public. And I ask that you consider this one-time emergency adoption of this ordinance to forego having to send out the filing forms for this year, just for personal property. We do have to have the business personal property filing sent out because of the different type of business equipment involved. Personal property, as far as vehicles, we have the inventory. We will receive the DMV downloads January 1, so we will be able to account for all of the vehicles. Business equipment, however, must be declared in order for us to get that part done. So we're looking at a savings of about $20,000 and not doing this process. Also, we're not going to be sending out approximately 37,000 mailers and probably only about 1,800.
Okay. Questions, since this is COVID related? I'll take a motion.
Chair, I would move that we accept the proposed emergency ordinance to amend the Chapter 103 Taxation Code of Caroline County for this year, removing the requirement to file for taxable tangible personal property.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Bassoon.
Thank you. On behalf of everyone in the building and the citizens of Caroline, and I want you, this board, to know that the county administration and myself and everyone else in the office is taking this pandemic very serious. If we're not there to do our jobs, we're no good to anybody. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Agenda item number 7.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, as you can see in the packet memo, I recommended a pay adjustment. It's not hazard pay for all those employees that didn't receive hazard pay when the board did it. It would be for the same time period, and it would just be an hourly adjustment for each hour worked of $1.50. That does work out to $68,553.59. This is not CARES money. It's not eligible for CARES money. But in that, many of the employees in this group all worked during that same time period and were in the buildings and were providing service to the citizens. I thought that this would be a way to show that board appreciation for how that went. We do feel that we have the money in the general fund balance due to the CARES money that has gone in the general fund of approximately $1,600,000. You will see a spreadsheet, as I described earlier, that shows everybody the hours worked, full-time 400 hours, and part-time hours. You'll see in that spreadsheet, range from 62, 170, 226 and a half. So everybody's paid on an equal amount of $1.50 per hour's work for that pay period.
Questions?
And, any questions?
Questions from the board?
Is that enough? Is that enough, is what I'm saying?
Well, all I would recommend is that we paid the hazard at $3.75 because of the hazard. So I was trying not to diminish what we had done for the folks that did actually have the hazard and continue to still have it. Fire and Rescue and the Sheriff's Office and those folks can probably in more hazard today than they were even early on because of the rise in cases.
Okay.
But I mean, certainly we could go to, $1.75, something like that. But I wouldn't recommend going up that's close to what you did for the hazard, or otherwise you just kind of giving everybody a participation trophy.
All right.
I think our employees deserve it. They've hung tight with us with all of this, and it seems like a fair thing to do for them. I believe Mr. Underwood also agrees with this.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I got a motion from Mr. Black.
Second.
Second from Mr. Underwood. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? And this will make it out. Mr. Cully, when will this get paid?
The next pay period, Tamika probably can answer that quicker than I can.
This week? That'd be fabulous. Thank you.
Good job on her part.
Next on the agenda is a request for a larger location for the general registrar's office. And the whole electoral board is here, so I'm going to have them come down. We all saw the line. We all saw and I've heard several iterations of what we are yet to see in voting next year. Because this is a redistricting year, we may actually have a primary in June and a primary in September, which means we'll be voting from May through November with nonstop early voting. So in light of that, and depending on what the pandemic does or when we get to do larger numbers, there have been several discussions about this. So I will let Mr. Cully, do you have any precursor to this?
I mean, I would certainly want them to speak, but what we would be looking for would be authorization to do a study to determine, what the best alternative is for a larger space. I didn't want to put staff out to be, doing feelers on potential properties, this type of thing, and the board not know anything about it. So I think the first step is for the board to authorize us to put the study together, whether a new building or an existing county building or a rental, what is the right option for the long term? So we're just looking for some guidance from the board on it. We don't have any recommendations yet. We want to study it.
Yes. I would agree with that.
Mr. Nunley, I mean, let me at least poll Mr. Forehand, start looking at our inventory.
See what's out there.
Mr. Underwood?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Let's poll and see what's available and see what they need. So, yep, I'm in agreement.
Mrs. Long?
Yes.
Mr. Thomas?
Great presentation, guys.
I mean, fabulous job. We all know, we're all aware of the problem. I think every one of us probably witnessed at some point in time this last early voting. And again, what I've heard is, and I'm sure Mr. Thomas has probably heard the same thing, that we're looking at potentially 2 primary seasons this year due to redistricting. So if that does indeed happen, it did happen in 2010. We went through the same thing. We did a primary in June and a primary in September.
And this may be May and September.
They were late. Yeah, they were late in 2010.
May and August, yeah.
So I think we're going to go forward with a study on various and sundries. Let staff take a look, and then hopefully Mr. Cully could actually sit down with you all and come up with a will this work and come back to us with a plan. I think would be the most helpful thing. Is that in accordance with what you were thinking, Mr. Cully, to come back with a plan after that?
Yes, sir. I would have Mr. Schiebel's involvement from Public Works, and most likely Mr. Whiteman's involvement from the buildings as we look and see what space requirements we might need.
Okay. Can I get a motion to move forward with a study and come up with a plan?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carried.
Thank you very much.
Presentation.
Before they go, Kathy, before you go, is it possible, this year we had a large number of absentee votes. Is it possible to mark the absentee votes by what district they actually vote from?
You got to speak into that mic for some reason tonight.
Okay.
Really.
That piece of legislation was at the General Assembly last session, and I believe it's coming up again this session to require that. The problem, it's not impossible, but it may cost money.
Well, I would think on our ballots, we would only need 12 bubbles. And you highlight the bubble that you're from. which would be the different precincts.
It's actually done differently. It's done by ballot style. So in the last election, we had how many styles?
But yeah, the last one we had a style for Bowling Green and a style
How many
for
ballot
Royal
styles we
because they
had?
had town elections.
Yeah, so in the last election, we had 6 different ballot styles for the county. To do that absentee, we'd have to like double that. So we'd have 12 different ballot styles, 6 that would go out absentee, and then 6, and it can be more depending on what kind of election. For instance, if it's a dual primary, that doubles it again.
See, I think we as representatives need to know how many people voted.
I understand.
In our particular district, so, we can better serve them.
I understand, and I was following it through the General Assembly last year, and I'm sure it's going to come back up this year.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Agenda item number 9. This looks like a supplemental appropriation. I don't know that we have a whole lot of choice. We're going to have to continue cleaning after, and we've got reserve money from using COVID money for other things.
Yeah, that would be how we plan to pay for it. We still have a tremendous amount of the CARES money that will be in the general fund.
So, Mr. Cully, where would this take us to date-wise?
I thought we had talked about taking this all the way to the end of June 30. Hoping we wouldn't need to go that far. But that might be a Joey question because we were all over the map one time with where we were.
Mr. Shebel, any idea where this takes us to? End of the fiscal year. So this takes us to 30 June. So
right. That's what I thought we agreed to.
We're going to have to execute this again in July. We're going to have to revisit this. And there may be additional funds by then. So we may not have to visit this in our budget.
Correct.
Can we?
Right, because I think there's a good possibility we'll have to extend it more, but no sense doing that now if there might be other funds coming in and we can have time to revisit it.
Yep. Can I get a motion to do the supplemental appropriation for COVID-19 related expenses?
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second from Mr. Forehand. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Agenda item number 10. This
10
is
10 is Mr. Wilson's not here. I guess that's going to be me for a quick one. We had a meeting. Yeah, well, I guess he left. All right. Well, briefly, we had a meeting last month with representatives of Germanna, other representatives of the school board, and some local businesses that wanted to use the facility and saw some use of the facility. The Germanna lease actually expires this year in December, and I was hoping the board would consider continuing the rent subsidy for 2 years, giving Mr. Wilson a chance to put together a final plan to say this is what Germanna is going to do, and give Germanna a chance to say this is what we're definitely going to do in the county. The fear is if we let this expire and lose Germanna, we probably won't get them back.
Mr. Chair. Yeah.
Mr. Black.
Mr. Seeley, it's my understanding there hasn't been much going on there. And with everything going online now with COVID, next year I don't see a whole lot going on there. And this could be money that could be used towards paying for the firefighters that we need in Carmel Church Station, putting a down payment, whatever, on the station. I think I don't know. I just don't think since it's not being used very much, I don't think it's a wise investment.
Mrs. Long.
Mrs. Seeley, I would confer with Mr. Black. The building's been there. We paid on it for 3 years. Other than a bricklaying class, I can't see where Germana's used it. They haven't been jumping up and down and coming through and saying, oh, yes, we're going to do this, giving us a schedule. It's not our building. It's not really our job to keep it occupied. And we might get a business in there that would actually add something to the county, both tax base wise and service wise for our citizens. I just can't see where we're going to move forward paying rent on a building that hasn't been utilized to its potential for our citizens. So I don't think I can support this unless Germana wants to step forward and really give us a plan that's guaranteed. I love the idea of having them here, but just having the sign on the building is not worth the rental fee to me.
Any other comments?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have one. I looked at it, and I guess the question for me, I would hate to lose Germana. This is a very tough period right now for not only for Germana and the rest of our public and private schools, but it's a tough time for everyone. And I'd hate to make a decision that would be a permanent decision where they would not come back. I'd rather try to bite the bullet and try to grow at least for 2 years. And I think the money could be spent and we may get a bigger bang, but I just hate to see an educational institution go away without the possibility of returning. Where we truly may need it when the COVID goes away and people start back to needing technical skills and opportunity to grow with some of the things at Carmel Church. I just hate for it to disappear.
Thank you, Mr. Underwood. Mr. Forehand?
I'm just curious when the last class was held there. Anybody know?
A long time ago. And we paid for an additional year, is my understanding. We were supposed to pay for 3 and we actually paid for 4.
That is correct.
And it's been, I mean, even when before COVID, it was a difficult, I mean, there would only been 1 class there.
Do we want to give them more of an opportunity to market it better? It was originally for workforce development, and we haven't had the business that was supposed to be there didn't come yet. Although it's still coming, but it hasn't come yet.
There's as far as education is concerned right now, and for the next year, there's brick and mortar is obviously just like I guess storefront. It's just not happening. Everything's online. So I don't know what subsidizing them for a building that's not going to get used, especially during COVID. You can just forget this year basically.
I mean, you're still going to school, right?
We are still going to school, but I mean, most of your Germana stuff, a lot of those are either a hybrid. And I mean, there's very few students actually going in. Most of them can do their online stuff. And it's just most students are choosing that, and I just don't see where it's beneficial to the county.
Maybe we should have had Germana come in and tell us what they were going to do.
Well, I know you've asked several times, and I saw the emails where you actually had folks tour the building. So
Right.
I know that when I was going to Dahlgren, that people lived in there said that the lights were never on. They always asked me what Germana classes were in there because they lived over this way.
Yeah,
And
I mean, the folks in Belmont that's what folks you're talking about. They've said the same thing. It's not our job to actually recruit for Germana, but we can help them in this opportunity and make them recruit more. You know, that's really the thing. I just hate for this board to not support them and
whatever, there's an opportunity for a motion. It's an agenda
Mr.
item.
Chairman, I would like to move that the Caroline County does not subsidize Germana to the tune of $42,000 or any sort of sum. For this fiscal year.
So okay. Because this is about a lease, not necessarily subsidizing German. I think we're talking about a lease on a building.
Or subsidize the lease then. The subsidy
Okay.
for the lease.
I'm just,
Yeah.
well, we were.
Yeah.
No, we didn't pay this. We didn't pay it all this.
No, we didn't pay this year.
We haven't paid in 2 years.
Yeah.
And we did give the money directly to Germana. We've never leased a building. So we've always just, we paid Germana $42,000 a year.
Oh, so we have been.
They had the lead. And we paid 4 years of that. We agreed to pay 3.
Yep.
But we haven't budgeted now for 2 years.
Your major motion is correct. To subsidize German.
Yep.
Correct. It wasn't, we have no lease arrangement with
For this building. Because we do
this.
pay for them for something else.
Right, just for this building.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Mr. Forehand? Mr. Black?
Aye.
Mr. Underwood?
Nay.
Mrs. Long?
Aye.
Mr. Thomas?
Nay.
And I'll vote aye. Motion carries. Agenda item number 11. Mr. Sheba will provide,
Good evening, Mr.
information.
Chairman, members of the board.
and I think you have provided on the table, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think there's 3 actual requests through this whole process, but those of you that might not know, but the General Assembly has given a way for utilities to be able to assist customers that may have been impacted by COVID and been unable to pay their utility bills through a municipal utility relief program. So it was a grant application process. We had a very small window to apply. There was 11 days. It opened on November 19th and closed on November 30th. And they're a very quick turnaround. I did receive today a letter, or yesterday, I should say yesterday afternoon, I received a letter stating that we've been awarded the Federal CARES Act funds in the amount of $25,798.13. Please note that that cannot be used to pay any penalties. So currently, we have over 30 days arrearages of $28,271.12 over almost 200 customers. Penalties, and this is from March 1 through our last billing period, which was through November. So 28,000 for penalties through the same period were at $32,333.70. So there is a mandatory requirement for attestation and a utility arrearage assistance form that has to be completed. So customers must be able to fill all that in. They have to be tested why they would need these funds, and they have to be at least 30 days delinquent in order to qualify to be able to use these funds. So right now the thought process is that we would assign this on a first come, first terms basis. We received about 90% of the funding. There is a concern. There was a program that Chesterfield County did where they had $500,000 and they were only able to assign 150 because people would not attest that they needed the funds. So they couldn't even get rid of the money. So all the guidance that we've gotten is first come, first serve, give them the 30 days and beyond. And that way we can get that hopefully dwindled down. We do have a period of time. If it is not spent by January 28th, on January 29th, we have to have the money redeposited back to the state.
Are we above, are we running ahead of non-payments? Or, what's the normal? I'm looking for what's the average and where are we in terms of that?
Yeah, we're way over where we would normally be.
Okay.
Normally we're cutting off at 60 days. So part of our issue is due to the moratorium, we can't cut off. So normally at 60 days, you've gotten 2 penalties at that point, 10% for each one, you're done. Well, now we've been 9 months and 10% each time. It's just compounding. So it's really driving that up. So staff has to mail out letters as soon as possible. So once we get done tonight and get direction from the board, we're going to be sending out letters to everybody who qualifies, directing them to complete the attestation forms and getting those back as soon as possible.
Can you use those funds for the letters?
Yes, there is a 5%. 5% of that can be used for administrative costs to administer the program, so that could be used for that. The deadline for all the attestations are going to be set for January 20th. That gives us time for the influx at the end to be able to put that on the accounts and get everything signed off and filed appropriately so we can get the money that might be left over returned. I'm asking the board, one, to adopt the emergency ordinance that's before you. That emergency ordinance basically lays out a plan for us to be able to reimburse for the penalties. So right now, as of the last billing cycle, we were at $32,333.70 of penalties. And since none of the money would cover that, there is a lot of money out there that is owed in penalties from people not being able to pay those bills. So I would ask the board first if it's your will to waive those fees, that we would need to sign an emergency ordinance, because we just can't wave a wand and say we're not going to because it's in an ordinance. So what we would do is we'd get you to do this emergency ordinance that allows me to start my process between now and I have to be done by January, but allows me to at least let citizens know whether that penalty is going to be there or not. And then if this is something that you agree to, then we'll turn around and have a public hearing in January to recodify this.
Would it make sense to agree to relieve people of their penalty if they took part in the program?
It has to be applied equally. It has to be applied equally among all customers. So we wouldn't be able to pick or choose a particular class. Does that make sense?
Reduce them all by 50%, and I would like to see an individual's share of the $25,000 capped, so that one person that owes $1,200 doesn't consume.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, there's nobody that's $1,200 and.
You know, like, would a $250 cap be appropriate?
Well, right now we're covering 90% of the arrearages. So, you know, out of almost 200 customers that you were spreading that $25,000, almost $26,000 over. So it's not, I mean, if you were to break it down evenly, I mean, I could do it real quick. Just
What's the numbers again? I got it right here.
I think it's 26 by 189. 26,000.
137.5.
So that's an average customer.
Okay.
So there's some that are going to be higher. You know, a family of 6, you know, their bills could be a little bit higher if they haven't been paying. So theirs could be a little bit higher. You know, a family of 2, it might be a little bit lower, but that's kind of the average.
So a cap's not going to hurt anybody, but it's
right. No,
a cap is still a cap, and I'm
yep.
The people that are that maybe that may have sacrificed more to pay their utilities, I'd hate to not reward them in some way,
right?
Or at least the opposite with the people that haven't paid anything, that haven't sacrificed anything. Anyway, I just think a cap would be appropriate, but maybe it's just me.
If I may be wrong about this, but I'm just thinking this is basically found money coming from the federal government, and it's going to pay off delinquencies, and so the county is going to receive that money. And so I understand that you want to treat people fair, each person fairly, but if you have enough money to pay for all of it, all of the delinquencies, then it's to the county's benefit, it seems to me, to do that, as opposed to a cap where maybe you don't get all of that money and you have a delinquency that you never collect on. It's just a thought.
So really, it makes a decision on how we would process that, as far as if you wanted to do a cap on the actual funding from the COVID money, then that could happen. There's also the issue of the penalties that needs to be decided, because that depends on whether we do a payment plan for them where they have to pay back the penalties or not. So that would make a difference, because if it covers 90% of the bill that you're at, that does not include December. These funds can be used through the end of December. So you're adding another month that we don't even have because we haven't billed for December yet. So the funds are allowed to be used from March 1st through December 30th. So we've got another month that's got to be in there. So it's not going to cover quite 90%. So what we would do is the thought process is most of the localities are reimbursing penalties or waiving those fees. So we would go out to each one of these, we'd have the attestation forms in, we would take that, whatever was remaining, whether the penalties were in there or not, we would then sign a repayment agreement. That repayment agreement says that you're going to repay your loan, that amount over a maximum of 24 months as it's set out by law. They have to choose that. We can't choose that time frame. We can only say, a maximum is 24. So then we would do that. So it depends on whether you want to include penalties in that repayment plan or not.
How much is out there in penalties right now?
$32,333.70. So we can come back to that if you're not ready to make that decision, and we'll hit that up and put all your decisions at one time. So currently, I would also ask that the board allocate funding from the Utility Municipal Relief Program in the following amounts. One would be $25,798.13, which is for the county share of the funds. During this process, we also have to act as the agents for both Bowling Green, Town of Bowling Green, and Town of Port Royal. Town of Bowling Green received $4,154.96, and Port Royal received $1,799.39.
How much is the Bowling Green?
Bowling Green was $4,154.69. So that's a grand total of $31,752.21 that I would need for you to appropriate in order for me to be able to apply these to the appropriate counts.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? All right. Next piece, Mr. Sheehan.
All right, next piece brings us to utilities throughout the Commonwealth are under a utility cutoff moratorium enacted by the General Assembly during the 2020 special session and will continue until the governor declares the pandemic has ended. As part of the legislation, it was acknowledged that utilities only receive revenue sources from charges for services provided, which are based on rates to recover the full cost of their operation. As such, the General Assembly adopted a 1% disconnection rule. This allowed localities to hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution verifying that the total operation revenue loss is greater than 1%, in which case they can exercise the 1% exception. I'm requesting that the Board of Supervisors approve a public hearing for your January meeting to consider exercising the 1% exception from the disconnection rule. So our 2021 budget revenues is just over $3 million. So our 1% would be $30,191.47, which we're in excess of that. We're at $60,604.82 in lost revenue that we would have to date.
That number again?
$60,604.82. Now, some of that you'll get back in your CARES funding. Some of that you are waiving the fee so you won't collect that fund. However, this allows us to then be waived from the disconnection moratorium, which means we can then begin disconnections in February. What we would do is most folks are going to have the ability to access these funds to pay their account back to 90%. When we make the decision on the penalties, whether that goes away or that stays, there's additional funds that we've got to figure out how that's going to work. What this allows us to do at that point is we would cut you off in February and we could work out a payment plan over the next 24 months that you're going to pay however much to pay that off, whatever it is. If you divide over 24, they might determine they only want 6 months or 12, but, and then we would be able to require them, which would then bring us back whole instead of continuing to bleed throughout the pandemic.
You said something. Basically, you said we would cut you off in February. And
You would be on our disconnection list and you would receive a notice that we would be terminating the services.
I think what you meant was you'd be eligible for turn off in February, but we're still not going to cut you off in February. We're going to try to work with you.
Well, the idea is that we would send you a notice that you qualify and we want to work out a repayment schedule with you to try to prevent that cutoff. So we wouldn't want to cut people off. We would try to encourage them to come up with a payment plan, and then we'd have to draw that hard line on such and such a date. Your services would be disconnected until you do a payment plan. And if you didn't do one before that, we would still allow you to do a payment plan after that to get you turned back on so that we can work through that process. So on there, it's the authorization to do a public hearing if the board wishes to exercise our 1% exception from the disconnection rule.
So moved.
I have a motion for the public hearing for the 1% rule. Do I have a second? I have a motion, a second from Mr. Forehand. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. I'm sure there's one more piece to this.
Well, there's just there's two pieces that are left. We've already discussed everything. The one piece is you still have to adopt the emergency resolution, and the emergency resolution is really based on you waiving penalties if that was the choice that you wanted to waive penalties.
That's what I moved.
Okay, I have a motion to waive the penalties. If we're gonna get paid for we don't have to, but what you're gonna do is just keep digging a hole, because you're only gonna get 90% of their payment, correct?
It's probably gonna be less than that when we put December in there, so you're probably 85%.
So they're gonna get 85% we're gonna get 85% of what we're owed. If we get rid of the fee and penalty, well, it'll be close.
Yeah, we'll work out a payment agreement so that we'll close that delta between what the funding doesn't provide and what they owe. So it'll bring the county whole on that end. So you're waiving a penalty that's been added on and compounded way beyond the 60 days that we would normally stop. So
right.
There is an option to waive all but 60 days. As long as we're treating everybody fair, we can still do that. So, I mean, there is an option instead of starting from March 1 when the pandemic and the COVID relief was set up, and specifically we were trying to follow the same dates that this funding was provided from January 1 through the end of December. So for us, December billing doesn't come out until January. So we've included all of December in there, and it would be part of December. So our January, we'd have that.
Mrs. Long?
Second. You have the motion.
Mr. Thomas, I didn't. Okay, so we're gonna waive the penalties. Everybody understand that? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries.
And then just the adoption of the emergency resolution, which gives us authorization to start our process. And then we will come back. This also would authorize us with a public hearing at the next meeting to codify that and to have that actually put into a formal public hearing process and to have that adopted to waive those fees.
A motion to do the public to adopt this resolution.
So moved.
Mr. Thomas, second by Ms. Long. Further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? How did the towns find out about this?
So everybody was getting letters from all different sources of them going out. I knew in advance through two different organizations that I follow. Also received an email that Mr. Cully got as the county administrator. So VACO was sending things out as well. I know Mr. Thomas had forwarded it to me as well. So when I first got the initial email, there was no way to sign up. How do you do it? So I immediately fired off an email saying, how do we apply? And they said, well, more details to come. So the town town of Port Royal actually called me and we were able to get theirs in. Bowling Green actually applied on their own, so we didn't actually submit that on their behalf. They actually submitted that. However, the letter came back saying that we have to act as their fiscal agent. Mr. Emerson is working on an MOU between us and both of those towns that we will be able to give us some coverage if they do not spend the money appropriately. So he's working towards that.
Can we make sure the new mayor is in on this? Because they're winding down. And there's a new council seated 1 January. So there's probably going to be a bit of a curve. So if we could put Mark Gaines on that email to be aware.
Okay. I know that Port Royal, in talking with them, they wanted to know exactly what we're doing because they've got a meeting next week. So they're going to try to do the same thing that we have done so that since we do their billing and everything else, are trying to, at least from the town manager at this point, is trying to keep everything exactly as we have done. So that's what I believe they're going to present at their meeting. So hopefully that'll work.
And see, the town's already met for their last meeting for the year, Bowling Green Town Council. So that's why I'd like the mayor to, can they still do this in January? Or is it something they have to do in December?
No, they're allowed to expend the funds. So as long as the mayor has signed off on it, because he would be their chief officer, so he would be the one that would have to sign off, or who, if it's either Jason now or then, I'm not sure.
I would send it to Jason and to Mark Gaines. So Jason Satterwhite and Mark Gaines, so they both know.
And right now, the interim director has signed that form already and submitted it to the county because now we have to fill the paperwork out, and Ms. Tamika is going to have to submit that to be able to receive those funds. So we've got those forms that have to be signed by both Port Royal. Port Royal's going to wait now. I found out today they want to make sure that town council wants to move forward. So once they approve that, then they're going to sign and then send that to us next week. So I think we're going to move forward with securing the money that we have now and get that taken care of. So
I'll get with you.
okay, sounds good.
Thank
you all very much. Have a Merry Christmas.
All right. Capital projects update, Mr. Cully, and the calendar update.
Yes, everything closed in your packet. Does anybody have any questions? We haven't been doing a whole lot of capital projects, obviously, this year, so it's pretty much the same as last. You'll note it shows where we're closed for the holidays, and our next board meeting, organizational meeting, scheduled for the 12th of January at 6. And we do have a potential 5 p.m. joint meeting with the school board, and we'll try to work that out to nail that down before our next meeting on the 12th, because that's scheduled for the 26th, which is our second meeting in January.
Okay. Who wants to read the close? Because we do need to go to closed session briefly. Whoever has it can. I just don't want her.
I move that this board convene in closed session pursuant to the acquisition of real property and contract exceptions of section 2.2-3711A29 of the Code of Virginia to discuss contract negotiations with the communications provider where discussion in open meeting would adversely affect the county's bargaining position and negotiating strategy.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Can I get a second?
Second.
I have a motion to second. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We will meet in closed session.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we, come out of closed session.
Do I have a second? I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the
All
Caroline
in
County.
favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ayes have. Mr. Thomas,
I move that the Caroline County Board of Supervisors certify that to the best of each board member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempt from the open meeting requirement by Virginia law were discussed in closed meeting, to which this certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convened the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the board.
do I have a second? I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Mr. Forehand, do you so certify? Mr. Black, do you so certify? Mrs. Long, do you so certify? Mr. Underwood, do you so certify? Mr. Thomas, and I so certify. There are no motions, I understand, coming out of closed meeting. With that, closing board comments, anyone? Mr. Forehand, Mr. Black?
Nope.
Mr. Underwood? Mr. Mrs. Long? Mr. Thomas? And I have none. I'll take a motion to adjourn. All in favor?
Everybody.
Merry Christmas. We are done.